Welcome to the Alabama State Board of Education work session. We're going to get well, actually, this is an update from the state superintendent.
Well, we got to number 2 till he shuts down.
All right, board questions. Dr. McCall, oh, you have one? I was looking right at her.
I'm jumping ahead of her.
All right.
I want my question heard.
Okay, we will allow you. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so fast. She's fast.
Yes.
My colleagues, I thought if it was okay, if we may speak about the retreat. Because I know it's coming up, but then are we, how is it being designed, and are we still meeting, and are we doing it face-to-face? Is it being delayed? So I just thought if we're all here together, we're all here, that we could discuss it and put forth our input. So I'm throwing that question out about the retreat, sort of very open-ended, but.
Okay. Well, as it stands, I think the date that we had looked at was based on August 24,
which is a Tuesday.
A Tuesday.
I'm at class.
So y'all can do whatever you want
To be held at class.
And did we say,
It's supposed to be a class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
and what's the time, beginning time?
9 to 4.
9 to 4.
4. Okay.
And I think I can say this, I don't have it all confirmed, but Dr. Mackey had asked me, if I might reach out, to a friend with the Alabama Association of Realtors. They have a lovely building here in Montgomery and a beautiful space downstairs. And so they offered to host, dinner the evening of August 23rd. So if you're going to since we're getting started in the morning, if you would like to come in the evening of the 23rd on that Monday evening, they're offering to host dinner for us downstairs, which is so nice. So we want to thank Jeremy Walker, Executive Director for Alabama Association of Realtors, for offering. And so I just received confirmation last night, and Dr. Mackey's not here. I think he would tell you, but anyway. So, more to come on that.
And they've been kind in the past, they hosted the actual retreat.
Talking about the retreat. Yes.
Retreat, got it.
Yes.
So,
We just,
all right.
And I shared that, that the Alabama Association of Realtors was willing to host our evening meal on the 23rd.
And 9 to 4 at class on
yes,
the 24th, which is a Tuesday.
a Tuesday, correct.
And we did, I did confirm, yesterday, I know I've talked to some of you, I didn't get to talk to everybody about the retreat, all the same information. But some of you knew about the class. Obviously, y'all have gone through that already. Realtors, thank you for doing that, Ms. Wentz. We did confirm yesterday with Dr. Sibley, who's somewhere, he was with me a second ago, that we can live stream from class. We had that concern because we didn't have all the equipment to do that months ago, but we do. He said that would be fine. He could live stream the meeting from there. As y'all know, it's a public meeting, so we have to provide access. We felt like there's a thumbs up on that. Now, I don't know if y'all talked about attendance. So
We did.
one of the things we're concerned about is obviously the number of people that can. It's a big room. I've been in there with 30 people in the meeting, but we're side by side. So we had talked about, Dr. Sibley and I talked about setting up the room for the board members, and we would have probably myself, Miss Martin, Mr. Markham, our new chief staff, by the way, is planning on coming. So we would not try to have more than like 3 or 4 State Department people in the room at a time, and then people could come in and out as we needed to, and then we could provide it live stream for anybody in the public that wanted to watch, and then we could limit to about 12 people in the room, basically. Now we could, like here, we also have an overflow room. That would be more difficult at class. We do, Ms. Siegler mentioned they do have an upstairs room, and I was not able to talk to Dr. Wilson this morning about whether we could use that room, but I don't know. I just don't know what the setup is as far as the screen and if they can broadcast from downstairs or upstairs and that kind of thing. Here we have it set up so that this room is wired to that room, so they can it's easy for them to see what's going on in this room. But I don't think they have that same setup. So we would be basically broadcasting out to the world and then bringing it back. And that might be doable, but I don't know for sure. Another option is we can always do it here. I mean, there's no question we can do it here. We just, as y'all know, always trying to look for a different site. And class is gracious, been good to offer. We've had it at SSA, we've had it at AASB, we've been at Realtors before, and various other places. So it is easier. We talked about going off-site, like to another town, and I would like to do that sometime. And I know a lot of y'all would like to do that. It is easier doing it here because of the staff. Like if we go to Huntsville and do it, then I have to take my 12 staff up there. We could get cyber assistance. Some lady handed one of those boys her phone to take a picture, and I said, "Your phone's now in danger, probably." So.
Well, Miss Ella always wanted us to go off-site. That was one of her biggies.
Well, we used to all the time,
Did you?
time. Yes,
Oh.
quite frequently. And
I'm sorry,
we would enjoy the hospitality of both K-12 and the two-year colleges. And they were very, very generous in so many different ways. And
I heard you say that you could not attend, Ms. Bell. Did you say that, or did
yes,
I?
I'll be out of the country.
Okay,
So
means
that would be difficult for me to even watch, so I'm sorry.
If you're out of the country, I don't blame you.
As a point of information, is there any other board member who could not attend because that would impact our
I
ability
think
to
everyone
get there?
else, has said they could attend, but she'll be able to.
All things withstanding at this moment.
Yes.
I've been to a lot of these meetings and retreats, so
Right.
I'm okay with it. I'll find out.
We'll take photos.
You'll take care of it.
Okay.
And may I say a little
Yes.
more about what we're thinking about with the
Mhm.
retreat? So we've looked at some topics. So let me just give you some of the things. One of the things is that later in the day, probably at the end of this work session, I've got for you, thanks to Mr. Craig, he has run off the current year, the about to start foundation program budget. So the FY22 foundation program budget, which you voted this morning to put into effect so the schools can spend the money. And we took that and compared it to what you asked for last year, what the governor then took in her recommendation, and then what goes next. So I remind you that we have to vote on a recommendation to the governor. I know that's odd since she's the president of the board too, but it goes to her executive budget office by November 1st, which means we need to vote on it at the October meeting, which means we need to finalize our request pretty close to final at the September meeting. Obviously, we make some changes between September and October. So one of the things I thought we might spend some time on is talking about the budget request at the retreat, which we could start that today, but what I thought is we'd give you this, let that kind of jog your thoughts about, well, what are the things? Is it special education? What are the things I really want us to think about asking for? Then kind of gel that up at the retreat. We would bring it to you then as a proposal written out at the September work session for any final adjustments before we voted on it in October. So that would be one thing. We have had a lot of questions about the teacher recruitment campaign. Y'all have been watching the videos and liked those. They've been well received across the state. Dr. Sibley is getting calls from people who saw the videos and are thinking about teaching, thinking about coming back to teach, thinking about moving to Alabama. It's really been, because you never know if anybody really watches. I mean, people watch them and people like them, but you don't know if it's really changing people's, but it appears that it is. So we had invited BIG, the communications team in Birmingham that developed all that. And remember, this is a project that will go for 2 more years to come down to the retreat and talk to you. So if everybody's good with that, we got to give them a time to be here. And then Jim Purcell, hopefully, I've not confirmed that yet, but could come and talk about the survey he's done about teachers. And so kind of, I was thinking about like an hour to focus on teacher recruitment, the teacher shortage. Why Dr. Purcell, I see some lost faces. worked with us to do a survey of basically why teachers might be leaving the profession early when they do.
And he's over 8.
He's at 8, Alabama Commission on Higher Education. And so we could maybe spend like an hour early in the morning. If we said spend an hour of 9 to 10 kind of organizing, doing what y'all want to do, but like from 10 to 11 maybe, or 10 to 11:30, focusing on teacher recruitment. And then the only other topic I had down for sure was any legislative issues, like the kindergarten bill and the textbook bill that didn't pass this year. Do y'all want to bring those back? And if so, we would just bring back the versions we had and ask Jessica to kind of go through those and work on what we might want that to look like. And other things. The legislature, remember, this year will convene early.
Right.
In the last year, the quadrennial, they convened in January and adjourned usually by spring break. Sometimes they can go a little longer, they can go into April, but usually by spring break they adjourn. So those were the things we had thought about. Plus, if Ms. Martin's over there, she asked me that if there's anything you want her team to work on, like presentation from Amstyle, I'm just bringing that up, not pushing that. But they really need to know that ASAP because they need to be preparing that now. So.
I have a suggestion. As we go through our agenda, sometimes, discussions on certain things pop up and say, oh, maybe this would be a good retreat thing. So can you live with that if we get to the end of the day? Okay. Is that okay?
I would like to ask about Power School in our retreat, because that's the first ever huge student data, that everyone is onboarding, and I would like to just get a overall report, how are our schools integrating Power School, what pitfalls have we?
I was gonna say glitches or whatever, 'cause I've heard some things.
And also vendor response, it's quite an expensive endeavor for us, and, do we feel like that that the vendor has been responsive to us, and do we need to add any additional manpower to assist with Power School?
I'd like to see how our students did last year, like a report that shows by district, by school system, like ACAP, I assume those scores would be out by then, and ACT and CTE certifications. Just, as much information as we can pack in,
So
that shows student success.
Let me just say, that's set for the September work session.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
ACAP stuff will not be out by the retreat on the 24th of August, but
Okay.
it will be by the work session.
Now, did
So-
I see a memo that superintendents were getting it to review?
They get it to review before
Okay.
it becomes public, but once we discuss it in the meeting, it'll be public. So,
Okay.
yeah, they will.
I'm not trying
So-
to rush this,
No, I
I
know.
just had
They'll
a
get it,
memory of a memo.
I think they'll get it August 16th to review. Isn't that right? August 16th to review. They'll have till the first week of September to look and see. They can't obviously make changes, but sometimes something
Right.
comes out like, school A got crossed with school B. The biggest problem with data is children that have changed school, like this school actually closed, and the data got transferred to the wrong school because the children went here, but the data got transferred here. So they just have 2 weeks to work on that. But at the September work session, we will have Maggie Hicks, somewhere here. Maggie and I and Miss Martin and Miss Washington were with our technical advisory committee last Wednesday all day. And believe me, I mean all day. Like an 8-hour meeting. And went through all sorts of things on the testing. So they are going to come, our TAC committee, at least a couple of them, and Ms. Hicks, to present to you all the data on the ACAP, the proposed cut scores, what the problems are because of the data. They've obviously been able to see some data up front, but it's not tied to school or district or anything, but on a statewide level. So they're working on those proposed cut scores, all of that. So that will be, and that's one reason I wanted to move Dr. McCarty, it's a great point, because usually in September, we spend a lot of time talking about the budget request or the foundation program allocation request. And I think we're gonna spend a lot of time on testing. So the more of that we can get done at the retreat, then it saves us to really focus on student outcomes, student growth, student assessment at the September work session. And they will also bring you some recommendations around the grade level reading and the Literacy Act. Now remember that's
what I was
you
gonna
don't,
ask you.
so the cut scores, you don't have to vote on for accountability. But the grade level reading, so the score that will, determine whether third graders go on to fourth grade or not, the board has to vote on. They're close to a recommendation to you on that, and they're gonna come talk about that. And as I've mentioned to y'all, now there's a lot of concern about last year's data because of students being in and out of school. So, but rather than me speaking for them, just let you know, they're gonna come on in September and really get deep down in the weeds with you on that. And then, so anyway, that's a good point, and we may bring some things.
Like, remember last year we got a career tech report, Dr. Hall presented it to us, and I would love to see how our students did this past year. And you may not have that information yet.
Yeah, he's actually first up to present today on career tech, so we'll get some of that, and then you may say, and by the way, can you bring these things back too? So that'd be a great way to play into it.
That is always very informative, so thank you.
Dr. Ritchie?
Can the report include data that shows the difference in the schools that were remote versus face-to-face?
You're just asking me good questions. No, and this is why, because, district by district, some of our districts are trying to do something with that, and we've talked about it, but here's our problem. We do have, as you know, we kept a running tab last year of what schools were remote and what schools were not. So we can do some of that, but the problem was that even districts that said they were in person all year had hundreds of students remote. So I pick on Dr. Reynolds here just for a minute, because I know I've talked to Superintendent Madison City, and I've talked several times. So they had 10,000, they were open, but they had 10,000 children they sent home last year.
Wow.
And so even if we compared them and said, well, they were open for in-person instruction, so their kids all must have been at school every day. No, they were not all at school every day. And some missed 2 or 3 months, some missed 2 weeks. So trying to do really good statistics on that was very hard. Now we can pull out, we had only about a dozen districts that were pretty much all remote all year. And I don't know if we'll have it by September. We're going to try to dig into those and see how they compared. But all the students who took the test were in person, because we didn't offer remote options. So we know that some students are simply left out of the testing pool because they were not back at school. Now it was very small because we tested 93% of our students, but the students who were not tested, it really worries me, and I know Maggie, I don't want to speak for Maggie, you might get deep enough, she wanted to come up here and talk about it, but I think the TAC will talk about that too. One of their concerns is not just how kids did on the test, but which kids were not tested.
Because I know a district where the students didn't ever really get back.
Right. And then some came back, maybe a half dozen districts tested, but they had literally only been back in the classroom for about 2 weeks before they tested. So they'd been remote all year long, and then they came in and essentially took the test. So we can take those districts actually and probably do some mini studies on them. But I would tell you, I'm worried about generalizing those data because all of those districts were already very high poverty, high need districts. And so I don't want us to say it was all about the remote learning because there were already districts in great need.
Well, even if it's just an addendum that shows just the listing that you mentioned that
Right.
you had, you can always just cross-reference it.
Yes, ma'am. I think we'll have to dig into a lot of those data in the next few months and see kind of what did happen. So what we wanted to do was to, like, student by student, you know, how did students who were virtual do compared to students who were in person? But the in-person data is so bad because students who were labeled in person were still in and out, quarantined. You know, we had districts that reduced their calendar last year by up to 3 weeks because of the spike around Christmas. A lot of them didn't come back till the end of January, and we gave them permission to reduce the calendar. So it's just going to be, and that's not speaking for the TAC again, because those folks are so smart and eloquent. But I think one of their biggest concerns is the test. A good test, people don't like to hear this, but a good test, you do teach the test because you want to know, you want the students to be instructed in what you're testing.
Right.
And so one of their concerns is, were students instructed in what we tested them on? Because the test is absolutely well correlated to the standards, but were the students taught the standards if they were remote, if they were virtual, you know, and there's just a big question about that. Is that, Maggie, is that a
Yes.
decent summary of the
Yeah.
concerns we heard last week from them?
Dr. Mackey, another topic, and it may be too early to do this, but enrollment. I think we're all very concerned about enrollment for this year. And will we know the numbers by the retreat, or would it be better to wait for the September work session?
That's a good point. We
After you
can,
get the ADM, when you get the ADM.
Yeah, exactly.
So the-
That's what I'm wanting to know for my schools, how they're doing.
so the official ADM report is the 20 days after Labor Day. So it definitely won't be, we won't even start counting until September the 7th, I think. Now, we can get initial enrollment though and see where we are. They're already looking at those numbers. All our districts are not in yet, but we're already looking at those numbers. So we can get some preliminary numbers, yes. But they won't be final until October.
I assume we're still discussing what concepts we can cover in the retreat. And I remember, and I'm fairly new in the board, but I do remember some discussions about the focus of the retreat are items that we cannot normally cover in a work session. And many of the things I've heard discussed, we defer to this work session or that work session. I personally know the impact some of the pre-filed bills have on our statewide educational system and or other issues that come up. And I would like to see the chairman of the House and Senate Education Committees to come and meet with us. I think that sometimes I've gotten feedback from Ms. Collins and Senator Nelson that they don't hear much from us. We're the board. I know they hear from the staff, they hear from other persons. Did I say something wrong?
No, I was just saying that they've heard a lot from board members over the years.
But I'm talking about
Generally,
as a group, as I've been, sometimes people,
Well, I was just talking to myself.
I know, but I'm very attentive to trying to do the right thing, and I'm not always able to do that. But in terms of a focus, I think it's important for us to realize that we share governance and we share funding and we share our own right to serve with the legislature. You know, the same group that voted to dissolve us. And I think it would be prudent for us to realize to bring them in, because we can't do that in a work session. That's not something that would be consistent to have them here in a work session. And I think they could bring an independence and a period of time. And I assume that it's Ms. Collins and Mr. Nelson, it may be somebody else, but they're both actually in your district. No, in your district or your district.
For now.
But
For now.
Dr. Melson is a physician that lives in Florence, and Ms. Collins is a professional and she lives in Decatur. So I'm in contact with them, but I would hope that we could bring somebody like that in. If that's inconsistent with what you've done in the past, I apologize for making that suggestion, but it seems logical to me. And I've been in associations of multiple school superintendents in the Birmingham area when I was there. And the one thing we did was bring our legislative groups in and honestly let them tell us what they thought we were doing wrong, and we asked them what we hoped to do. We had a better anticipation of what was happening that way, and I think that we would be missing an opportunity, especially when we're all facing reapportionment, and they are too. They're very conscious of what they're going to represent, what they're going to happen to them. And that our August meeting may be timely because it'll be before the reapportionment and before they face those issues too. Is that a problem?
No, we've done that in the past. My only concern was that and I'm sure it's probably not too late to invite them because we don't have a whole lot of time. If the invitation is issued, I'd do it immediately, and I would.
Well, they're not in session, that's the one I hope.
No, I know, but they have lives too.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not trying to debate you.
No, I'm incapable of debating you.
By the morning, yeah, you're
But
right.
I think I would go ahead and do it this afternoon.
Right,
if
to try to
that's
get
what you
them.
wanna
The
do.
sooner the
Trying to
better.
get them.
We can do
Right.
that.
Trying to be helpful.
Uh-huh.
But the other part is you might want to invite some of the minority caucus as far as, have a nice representative panel beyond that, because just one committee.
I agree,
Bring in the money people, but I would, if they can't do it, I would limit it as much as you want to. Since I'm not gonna be there, it's really your call, but I would, in the past, we've had, money people are important, and they've had an appointment, so it'd be nice and timely opportunity to get to know the new chairman of that
We're
committee.
gonna have a new speaker, we're gonna have a lot of new things
I know,
next
but
year.
the speaker's not selected yet, but my point is not to sit, I'm agreeing with you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's not a disagreement, it's being constructive and trying to offer some suggestions, even though I'm not gonna be there. But I would think that you would need to get I would recommend having some diversity, which we've done in the past, and it was actually very helpful. I would also not just do policy, I would do money, because
That's exactly
that's
right.
policy in so many different ways. So my offering is on the order of trying to be constructive, and I would do it this afternoon. I wouldn't delay it because they're busy like you are, and
Well, absolutely.
maybe not everyone can come, but I think that as long as we put out the invitation and it's a pretty good group and it's a pretty diverse group, then we have an opportunity to have a constructive discussion.
I need all the constructive suggestions, because
Well,
I brought
thank
it
you,
up.
that's all I'm
I
trying to do.
brought it up because I didn't,
I'm actually saying it's a good suggestion
I
on
don't
your
know,
part.
I didn't know anything about what I
Great.
was talking about to talk about it.
You
So,
did very well.
No,
Great
that's
idea,
great.
great
I
idea.
like that.
One
I
other
was just
thing, Dr.
trying to
Mack,
get
Policy and
Oh,
diversity.
okay,
Yeah.
excuse me, I know from a former retreat, we had someone to come to make sure we are doing what we're supposed to do in reference to ethics violations.
That was
You
a
mentioned
good
that.
one.
Yes, and that was good,
Oh,
keep us in line with new people on.
So that's something.
I'm
we can
still
do.
new, I wasn't here.
But it was like, don't take pens, pencils,
Yeah.
paper and all those kinds of
And the
things.
amount.
Can't take
Limit
this
it to
back.
a certain amount of money, and
So
Well,
that
You mentioned that to me, and I have
Uh-huh.
not.
that's a good one.
reached
Yeah.
out, yes.
Mr. Swan, he's on that already.
Okay,
We
thank
get
you.
him to come.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Slap my hand
Keep
again.
us out of trouble. Okay.
So I'm fine to say on this topic, I would suggest it being 10 to 12 before we jump into Dr. Hall.
No, we don't.
That we just take a lunch break and come back and we'd start right with Dr. Hall and then go into the questions. So that is the main, presentation today from the department.
And it's
He
good.
has been working on this forever. We've kicked him down the road because he was going to do this. I think we started like in May, and then it was just going to be a really long meeting. So we said, well, let's wait till June. Then we decided summer just was not good because his people were on the road. We were, So now he should have it perfected because he's been working on it for about 3 months. I don't want to kick him another month.
Is there a
Yes.
waiting from out of town?
There's,
We have
I don't
one
think
guest,
I
Do
don't
we-
think so. Is there?
one guest from
For
Faulkner,
Faulkner?
who's
Oh.
here on the educator preparation item.
So we can pick that up
Yes.
if you want to, Dr. Richardson. So
Yes.
if you go down through here, The, item 4, the only college program for approval is, Faulkner University. So would you,
Yes.
we could defer to her and let her come sit up here and come sit in the seat of honor. And I apologize because I haven't met you yet. I don't think, well, I have met you before, but this morning, so I'm gonna let you introduce yourself.
Oh, absolutely. I'm Leslie Cowell, Dean for the College of Education at Faulkner. Yeah, my PE program is on the resolution today.
And we are not happy with her now that I've got her on the hot seat because she stole Tracy Stritchett from us also. And the early childhood program. But Faulkner does a lot of great work. Of course, you know I'm kidding about that.
Thank you, I know, I'm
We
delighted
love
to have
Tracy
Tracy,
Stritchett.
I'm sorry I stole her.
But, any questions for Dr. Cowell about, obviously, her PE program, but she took the time to come, or any questions about anything else? They produce a lot of great teachers, I can tell you that, great teachers.
I have no questions, only I'm very familiar with programs and applaud your efforts.
And I am too, it's District 3, and I see your campus and I'm on your campus, so pretty good.
How's enrollment?
That's
So
gonna be my question, what's your
Oh,
enrollment?
goodness, yeah, low, I bet we all are.
But it's
Yes.
growing.
We,
I mean,
yes,
It's getting
yes.
better.
COVID.
Mainly in the more the alternative routes than the traditional. We're finding adults that are wanting to come back. So our all-day elementary enrollment, we do this 2 starts a year, and our next one will be in November, and we've got a good number of candidates that want to come back. So I think hopefully we're gonna make a turn, to come back to.
Well, when you see impediments or obstacles for your students, please let us know.
Absolutely, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah. And Dr. Cowell's she really is great to work with. We had, I mean, they produce a lot of students for the River region. And they're very creative. They're always got new ideas, and we love new ideas, and they enroll a lot of adults. I know what she just said, but a lot of adults going back and working on their master's, alternate programs. And was there anybody else have?
Just out of curiosity, do you do evening programs for those adults that might wanna be returning, or is this all during
We do
normal
online.
business?
Our all-day program is online.
Online,
Right.
okay.
But we require field experiences in each course, so they still have to partner with the district wherever they are in the state. They can be anywhere in the state, so each course requires them to be in the schools, but the coursework is done online with some synchronous sessions where we see them weekly and that kind of thing. So we get to see them a lot, but that's what adults want right now. They want to be able to still work or go ahead and get a job teaching, which the code allows, and still become a teacher, So our programs are all online.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything
Thank you very
else?
much.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much for coming.
And then you don't have to come back after lunch.
That's right.
Oh, I do appreciate that.
Whatever you say.
1 o'clock?
And we lost Tracy Stritchett there, but we got a great one in her place, so we're thrilled. Bonnie's with us today, Bonnie Short, and y'all, I want y'all to know her face because you don't know her yet as much. Well, I'm sorry, yes, but she really is. She's been working with the Literacy Task Force. I know Miss Siegler knows her. She knows her reading as well as anybody I've ever met, and has made some super recommendations to me since she took over, so I know we chose well.
Okay. All right, we'll return back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to play them? get started with the career technicals report, Dr. Hull and your team, and then we'll go back to board questions. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Hall,
Dr.
turn it to
Mackey.
you, and I'm gonna move a little bit to the side here, so folks who wanna see the front screen can see it.
All right. Thank you. Several of my team is next door. I told them they could come over if they would like, or if we need them to answer some questions, we'll pull them up. Thank you for the opportunity. Like Dr. Mackey said, this has kind of been on the books for a little while, and we had a variety of hiccups that caused us to have to push it back, but glad to be here today, and glad that we were able to have the delay, because several of the things that we would have presented on 2 or 3 months ago, we made great progress on. We have more information that we can share. So before I get started, I just wanted to mention that the leadership and support I'm getting from Ms. Martin, and of course Dr. Boyd before her, and now Ms. Martin in his place is outstanding. The leadership they're providing, the transition's been very smooth, and we appreciate her for all she's doing. My staff that we have in Career Tech is just an incredible group. The intelligence, the work ethic, and capabilities, and the passion that they have is just outstanding. They really make the whole thing go. They do a great job. I don't know how many of you know or not, but my first year, I've basically been here with the department a little over a year. It's been great. I did have a really bad bout with COVID. I don't know how many of you know that, in December. Knocked me out of commission, really incapacitated me for weeks. And the staff that we have in Career Tech really picked the ball up, kept things moving forward, and made sure the work that needed to get done was being done. So they've been a blessing to me and my family, and I really appreciate having them and everything that they do. And of course, I want to say that this past school year for everyone was very difficult, as we all know. But I want to say that on behalf of my office and Dr. Mackey as well, that the Career Tech world really did a great job of staying engaged, staying plugged in, staying active. The teachers did a great job of keeping students connected in the programs that we were pushing, and they're to be commended. The directors as well. They made sure that our Career Tech enrollment numbers stayed as high as possible, and made sure that our programs continue moving forward, and they pushed to make sure that we got the things done for the students that we needed to do so. So very thankful to them for all that they've done. So moving in, McCarty, you mentioned earlier about some impact report numbers. We have some of that stuff together. We're still finalizing others. The printed booklet is not quite ready, but should be pretty soon. We'll jump right into some credential numbers. I know that is of interest. We had anticipated a pretty significant drop in 2020, which we did see, but it wasn't as significant as we initially thought. As we continue to have credential numbers come in through the summer, our numbers improved greatly, and while we did see an overall drop that was would have been expected during the year like we had in finished in 2020, we did see some good numbers. I know Dr. McCarty, you had particularly mentioned the concern of the decrease in the numbers in health sciences. I don't know if you can see or not, but those numbers actually for 2020 went back up some, so that was a positive. We saw a pretty good increase in STEM-related credentials, which is positive. And although we did see a couple of drops in some areas that are concerning, I wouldn't categorize anything as alarming. And the drop that we saw, we had anticipated as much as a 50% drop, and it didn't quite go that far. We're expecting a pretty good uptick for 2021, and you can see those numbers get back up to around 30,000. Now, another thing that we've done that, aside from the pandemic issues, is we have required now for school systems to offer credentials. They have to offer the program. And so if their programs are aligned with their regional workforce data like they're supposed to be, that means the credentials that they're offering are aligned with the regional workforce data. And so in order to try to eliminate any potential abuse of credentials, we've asked that the systems and the way it's set up in PowerSchool now, it's the only option that they have. They have to offer the program to be able to offer the credential. Now, if a student was highly interested in a credential that wasn't offered in the school, it can still be offered, but they can't use it for accountability. So in order for the credential to count towards accountability, it has to be in a program that the school offers.
So if the county has a career center, I'll just say Geneva Tech, and a neighboring school system had a student that was interested, can they cross over? Does that count if they use a for credential?
Yes, there's ways that can work. So we have many cases where the technical center in a county also services, say, the city school system.
Okay,
And so yes, that credential would carry over because
Okay.
that program is still available for those students.
okay, okay.
We have quite a few systems like that. So, so that's kind of the credential report as it stands now. Again, it's something that we're excited about. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later, but we're working hard with Nick and ACCCP on aligning and making sure that that we're all on the same page moving forward as it relates to credentials from a beyond K-12, but a statewide global perspective.
So Dr. Hull, are you saying that we'll be able to get this PowerPoint, that it's not quite ready to come to see it? Okay.
We'll do, I brought last year's just a visual, so you've probably seen these
Yes.
before.
So
So
we're getting the
we're
new one.
finalizing
Okay.
some of the numbers and some other things that are being done, and we'll have those printed up pretty soon.
Okay, that'll be
We'll have
fine.
those
Thank
out
you.
available. Here's just some general curriculum things, and what I want to point out on the top half of that slide is, Career Tech in Alabama and really across the country, it's not what Career Tech was 20, 30 years ago. I mean, you look at some of these course titles, and we still have what we consider traditional Career Tech programs, of course, but you look at some of these course titles, and I want to say that we really want to move away from the statement of, not everybody's going to college. Those kids ought to be in Career Tech. We got to move away from that. Career Tech is for everyone. The end game for everybody in education is to wind up in a job somewhere, preferably in a career. And Career Tech offers all students the opportunity to explore those pathways to be able to move in. But you see some of these courses, advanced cyber forensics, plant biotechnology. These are complex STEM-related courses that touch a variety of industries across Alabama. So the dual enrollment piece that we're involved with, I had a great meeting yesterday with members of the Alabama Community College System talking about some dual enrollment expansion ideas. They're working on, they just rolled out an initiative to expand STEM dual enrollment, and we're working with them on that. You may have seen the article. But we had, as you see, over 8,000 students involved in technical dual enrollment courses across the state, which is outstanding. Our JROTC programs offer outstanding leadership opportunities and training. And those are not programs that are just for students going into the military, although certainly can. The JROTC offers a variety of methods of training and skills and leadership that can carry over into any walk of life, not just military. As you see, we have the 177 courses that articulate for our students that graduate from high schools and they enroll in post-secondary. They can articulate several courses across the state in our 4-year and 2-year institutions. And we talked about JAG some this morning. I have another slide just for JAG that I'll get to here in a second. So JODC, I want to talk a little bit about that. As you know, last year when everything was a lot of things were virtual. We were not holding large events. We had to really kind of step back and rethink JODC. JODC is our Joint Leadership Development Conference. Typically, it's held in Birmingham. It's a one-time event. It's like 2 days. Students come from all over the state, different CTSOs. So, all CTSOs are represented. We usually have 4,000 to 5,000 students. Some of you may have come before and popped in. Dr. Mackey always speaks. But last year, we weren't able to do that. Birmingham couldn't offer the social distancing for that many number of students, didn't have the rooms. I mean, there was a lot of reasons that we couldn't do it. So we took a step back and analyzed ways that we could still have a JLDC event, but also use it as a way to maybe get even more exposure for the event and what CTSOs can do for our students across the state. So we held a 100% virtual JLDC. And whereas in years past we would have 4,000 to 5,000 students participate, this past year, in our virtual event, we had over 15,000 students participate. So while some of the power of the event was lost with it being virtual, the touch that we had and the reach that we had across the state was much bigger. We had more school systems, more schools, way more students. And you see the list of skills that we try to perpetuate through JLDC, and that's what we really want all of our students to be able to do as they leave. And so that's really what CTSOs do for us. This is a great event. This year, we're going to have 2 events. We are going to go to an in-person JLDC, but in order to help with distancing and also equity and access, We're gonna have one event in Birmingham, October 5th, and then we'll have the second event in Mobile on October 7th. And
What
so
was the
we'll have
date, those dates again?
October 5th for Birmingham, October 7th for Mobile. Then we will also have on October 15th, virtual. We'll record the whole thing and it'll be available virtually for anyone that doesn't get to come. So we're trying to make it as accessible as possible. One area that we did notice the pandemic affected was our CTSO membership numbers. Our membership number just went down. Students were at home. It was very difficult to get them to join those FFAs and FBLAs, and when there was not much that they could do, from an activity standpoint. And so the numbers did drop. So we want to use events like JLDC to really work to boost those up. We're putting some mechanisms in place to really do a better job supporting CTSOs to build those numbers back up. So it's always been a strong component of CTE, and we want to get them back strong. So here's a little more information on JLDC. The lady there on the right is Jessica Cox. She was one of the keynote speakers. She was born without arms, and she is a pilot. And does everything on her own, lives 100% independently, ties her own shoes, cooks her own meals, requires no assistance whatsoever. And so very inspiring speaker to have. And one thing the virtual event allowed us to do was we would have had a hard time affording, to be honest with you, to have her come to Birmingham for 2 or 3 days, but by doing it virtually, she could do the video where she was and participate even in a live virtual event from where she was. It really allowed us to have someone like that come in. She was outstanding. One thing I want to point out too is attendance by the organization there on the left. You'll see that the representation from the various CTSOs is pretty even. So it's a really diverse representation of all of our career tech student organizations when we have an event like this. So it allows students to kind of mingle, across different organizations. Great event. So Charles is going to play a video real quick. It's kind of a summary of last year's JLDC, and you'll see some footage with Jessica as well as a couple other speakers that we had. But go ahead and press play on that, Charles.
We don't have a lifetime. We don't know if tomorrow will come. We only have this moment, so don't let it pass you by. Whatever you put your hand to, don't give it half your life. Give it all you got, don't let this moment pass you by. Don't wait until tomorrow. Oh, there's a voice that you must follow. Oh, take the lead and don't look back. Go on for whatever's in your heart. I wish you'd take a moment just to stop and realize whatever's in your heart, it could change a million lives. The picture's so much bigger. Oh, just open up your eyes. Keep pushing till you see it. Should it take 1,000 tries? Oh, don't wait until tomorrow. Oh, there's a voice that you must follow. Oh, take the lead and don't look back. Go on and for whatever's in your heart. Don't wait until tomorrow. There's a voice you must follow. Take the lead and don't look back. Go on and for whatever's in your heart. We don't have a lifetime. We don't know if tomorrow will come. We only have this moment, so don't let it pass you by. Oh, we won't wait until there's a voice we must follow. Take the lead and don't look back. Go on for whatever's in your heart.
So what I want to clarify is guys, you probably saw that there was a stage, set up, and it looked like we brought kids in. We did. We brought the state officers, state presidency for each organization. And there was some additional leadership training that they received specific to being state officers and state presidents. And we followed all the guidelines of social distancing, but we were able to, and that's where Dr. Mackey was able to come in and do a pre-recorded message, and I did one. And so that's how we did that. And the students had access both at their schools, within their chapters there at their individual schools, or if they were at a school that was on 100% virtual and they were home, they would have access from home as well. So I think there's even one clip in there where there's a mom watching along with the students. So, by doing it that way, we reached a lot more students and hopefully kind of, ignited some interest from some new students. At the next one. So, some more pictures from JLDC, but the map there on the right, we're going to be giving you guys, each one of you, a map for you to have for wherever you'd like to display it. It's going to have all the stars will represent the individual technical centers across the state, and the legend actually has, Charles helped me with it, where they'll be numbered, and it shows you exactly what the name of each technical center is across the state. We'll have those ready for you. They're good size too, so you'll be able to display them where you see fit. But I think we're up at 68 career technical centers right now. We see, you can look there, Choctaw, Marengo, Wilcox, Clark, we got a circle there where we don't have a center. We need to try to, that's an area of concern. We want to try to figure out a way to provide better access to necessary programming there. So that's something that just even putting it on the map helps us see.
That's kind of where my question was earlier. I'm aware of some students in the southern part of our state that that are interested but don't have access. And so, it would be wonderful if we had a center in every county of Alabama to serve every student.
But it is possible for students to, I'll go back to it, for say, students in Perry County, if there's an agreement with Hale County, students could go.
Right.
That can happen. The problem that we have in the area that we talked about, Marengo, Wilcox, Clark, and Choctaw, is there's just a lot of them, there's really, where can they? Yeah, so we need to, that's an area of concern. We want to try to help stimulate some growth there. So we did the JAG award this morning, and Craig went over this, but I thought, still want to include the slide. I wanted to mention this, and Dr. Mackey mentioned it at the board meeting, but this program literally does save children's lives. I mean, the children that end up in this program check every box for high school dropout, ending up in prison or dead in an early age, and all sorts of bad outcomes. And this program pulls them out of that and gives them a really good chance for themselves, but also to kind of change that generational poverty cycle that some of them are stuck in. This allows or gives them an opportunity to be able to pull out of that. It's an outstanding program. We really want to see JAG grow across the state. I know that it's an interest of the governor. There's been discussion about a pretty significant increase the last couple of years, so maybe we'll see, we'll push for another increase in JAG to expand those programs, because we have areas that could greatly benefit from more JAG programs.
It's an outstanding program. I have gone and visited the JAG, where the schools of mine in District 6 that have JAG programs. It is absolutely outstanding. And I would say too, Dr. Mackey, you'll know Mitchell Weiss, but he showed me one time the money they got from the state compared with the cost of running the program. And I think we worked, Andy, you helped me to, so that we could get a larger allocation per JAG program, because it didn't even cover the teacher's salary. And so then what you have again is those systems that don't have a lot of local dollars, can't afford to do it, And so I would just ask, yes, very much I want to expand. I want to reach as many children as we possibly can, but I also want to protect the quality. Those numbers are so impressive, and that quality is so strong that and I also want to make sure that it's not an affordability issue, that those children who truly could benefit from this the most will have an opportunity to be served, even if they live in a district that has very few local funds. So just as we put our budget requests together, if we can try to just remember all of that, I would much appreciate it.
Yeah, Craig and I have talked about the quality piece you talk about is important, because a program like this has to be implemented at full fidelity. You can't, because of, even though strong as it looks, in some ways it still teeters. Like, it doesn't take much for it to unravel, because of the fragility of the students' lives that you're dealing with. Like, it has to be rock solid every day, all day for those kids, for it to be as successful as possible.
The teacher
Right,
is
yeah.
critical.
Absolutely.
And so, so what you didn't want to see was a teacher who maybe went and got her master's degree, and then because that put her into a higher salary, they had to remove her from the JAG teacher because they couldn't afford her anymore. So I don't want to see that happen. If that's that precious teacher who's perfect for those kids, I want to, try to support all we can, to keep the best teachers in those positions.
So here's just some general updates related to course of study work that's going on. You'll see there at the bottom are architecture, construction, information technology, transportation, distribution, logistics are up currently for public review. I believe binders have been or are being made for these that you guys will get, so you'll have hard copies as well, but we encourage you to look at the public review stage and encourage others that you may know in those industries to provide us with some public review. Sometimes we struggle to get we struggle to get a lot of comments on the CTE course of study public review time in certain clusters. And so the more we can get, the better.
And are these posted on the website?
Yes.
So people can easily find them?
Yes, they're up with the,
Whichever it's right up the front, on those scrolling windows, isn't it? I think it's CTE. One of them is CTE.
Thank you.
Of course. Thanks for your answer.
So this past summer, we worked on plans of instruction, which is an important piece of the whole, course of study process. Ensuring that the teachers have, the kind of tool that a plan of instruction is to allow them to implement the course of study as effectively as possible. You'll see the ones that we're going to begin working on in the fall of 21. One thing I would say that we did, and SREB helped facilitate this, Sean Stevens was heavily involved as well. We brought in core math and science teachers to look at some of these standards and help us align standards. Because in the next piece here, you may have seen this memo, and I know it's a little bit hard to read, but we now have courses in career tech that are math or science eligible for core credit. And so with students, for example, that are in health science and are 100% for certain that they want to go into nursing school, that's what they want to do, they want to go to college for that. We would like for them to be able to take as many of their health science courses in their high school as possible and not have to miss one because they had to take a science course that maybe they're not as interested in to get that fourth science credit. So this allows us more flexibility in the student schedule for them to be able to stay in the pathway that they want to be in the core class credit to connect into what they're working towards. So, again, this was all vetted out. Again, SREB helped us with it and Sean managed it, and honestly, it was a really positive process for the teachers too, because the math and science teachers that came in and looked at the standards that we had in a lot of these courses said, we had no idea that you guys were teaching this level of standard, and this really matches up well with what we do. And I think we probably created some opportunities for cross-curricular partnerships too, where core teachers and CTE teachers will be working together. So, but hopefully this list will grow some. But I think it's important, as you see down at the bottom of the computer science courses, if we have students that want to get in there, we don't need them to miss the opportunity to take computer science courses when they can get the core math credit just the same. So it creates more opportunity for them.
Is that embedded credit?
Yeah, well, it's credit eligible. Yes, it's kind of like an embedded credit. Yes. So they take so if you look at the second block there, the top block, which says Foundations of Health Science. So that's their intro class for health science programs. That would take the credit for the health education requirement that is necessary to graduate high school. The health science course, the Foundations of Health Science course is a full year credit. The health science, the health education course is actually a half a credit as far as what's required to graduate high school. The point is, the standards are the same and actually probably go a little bit further in the Foundations of Health Science course because it's a full year course. So, all right. So one of our goals, or one of my priorities over the last year is looking at ways to increase and expand work-based learning opportunities for our students. One thing I think we need to do a better job of is we have students that are in our courses in the 10th grade, 11th grade, and in 12th grade. At some point in that senior year, we really need to provide them with more formal opportunities to be in the workforce, whether it's once a week, twice a week, however we can work it out. I mean, there are a lot of different scenarios that we can do, but one of the things that we needed to work on was how we collect the data associated with work-based learning. A lot of what we were doing was getting, students were out doing their co-op or whatever they were doing during the year, and then we would get the reports back at the end of the year, basically through an Excel spreadsheet. And we could look at that and make decisions based on the previous year, but it was always kind of reactive. Like if there were problems during the year, we weren't able to catch opportunities for students to get better benefit from work-based learning during the year that they were in it. So we've worked with a company to develop a system for Alabama. It's called, we're going to call it Work-Based Learning Analytics. The ICS is an information collection system. And so what we're going to work on, and all of this will tie into the longitudinal data system, the Atlas that we're working on in conjunction with the governor's office. The data that we generate from here in K-12 will be able to sync up with that system as well, so you'll have the whole picture from their end. So what this is going to allow us to do, and this is just a screenshot, it's not live obviously, but it's going to allow us to capture any and all kinds of work-based learning experiences. Everything from authentic, on the job, getting paid, have a job that you go to every week, to industry tours, to even guest speakers from a particular industry that come in and speak to certain groups of kids. All of that stuff can be logged and documented and kept up with as we go through. It gives us the real-time data reporting, which allows us to be able to make proactive decisions. So if we're able to run a report, say a local system runs a report at Christmas, and you realize that the health industry is a high-demand, high-wage job for your region, and you're looking at what experiences students have had in the school, and health science has not been one of them, then we need to figure out a way during that second semester to provide them opportunities to hear from health workers, to maybe go on a tour, or whatever the case may be, some sort of exposure to that. So this will allow us to do those things. And again, it's relevant for individual students as well as groups, be it at grade level, school level, or even district level. Another tool in this is the job training plans, which allows for the students to have the specific skills outlined that they will be working on, and the employer gets input on the effectiveness of the students as they're out there, in the field working either as an internship, co-op, whatever the case may be. And so what we're able to do then is we would have statewide, from our level, comprehensive reporting that would show, like in this particular example, would be a bank teller. So if we're able to see statewide that students working in bank-type positions as a teller, or whatever the case may be, if we see across the state one of those skills is lacking, then it helps inform what we need to be working with our finance teachers on as they're working with the students in the classroom to try to help help the students be better at that particular skill. So, and the same kind of reporting can work at the local system as well. And so you can build individual improvement plans for individual students, or it could go as wide as the entire school or system. So this here lists all the different activities we go. It's just another type of the report that we would have. This is what I was referring to earlier. They would feed directly into the Atlas system, so we'll make sure that everything that we're trying to do is centered around high demand, high wage, work-based data that we're getting in the workforce regions as well as the state. So the type of reporting we'll be able to do with this system will allow us to make sure that we're doing that in each individual school system and each individual region.
So when we see, or when you see a particular need in the state, does then, like the Office of Apprenticeship, are we working with them?
We are working with them.
So that if so that we reach right down into the individual district and say, you've got young people with these skills, and the Office of Apprenticeship has opportunities for you to move into welding or whatever it may be. So, or is that kind of
Yes.
synergy happening?
Yes, and I'm actually going to mention them later. But we have a great relationship with Office of Apprenticeship and trying to identify ways that we can, use the apprenticeship model as a strong piece for work-based learning. It's always the formal apprenticeship. Many times it would involve like your manufacturing industries and things. It can be sometimes they worry about the insurance issue. The students are 17 or just turned 18, things like that. So we work through all those things. But what we're able to do with the Office of Apprenticeship is good, and we are definitely working together in conversations. I'm in conversation with Josh all the time. And so, they're definitely projects we're working on together. Again, just the general benefits, but you'll see all the different kinds of work-based learning that we have there. The big thing is that we will be able to pull data anytime that we want, by grading period, by month, by semester, and be able to inform of individual systems as well as workforce regional councils about what we're seeing, about what students are showing strengths in, and be able to look at programs and where there might be gaps, where we might have students that are there. We might be able to hear from industry that they're needing people, and we may be able to see, well, we've got programs here where we've got students who are doing well, so we need to reach out together. And maybe the Office of Apprenticeship is a way we do that, but there could be other ways too. But it will allow us ways to, again, expand and develop more robust work-based learning opportunities for our kids. Now, I think I've shown you a little bit of this before, and this project has been going on for quite a while. And these are screenshots, they're not live, but we're very excited about what I'm going to show you here shortly. And maybe I don't know if it would, I'm probably speaking out of turn here, but I don't know if maybe an activity in the retreat might be in order for what I'm about to show you. But we've worked with Hanover Research to develop this heat mapping tool that allows us to look at labor market, high growth, high demand, and this is a lot of information, and it's better to be able to do this with a live map where you can see what all is showing you, but essentially what you can do, like on this particular map here, it's showing you what the high growth industries are, the emerging industries, the mature industries, and the low growth industries are. And so, and you've got the XY axis there and how it's all plotted. But what you can do is, if you go up to the top, you could look at where it says industry, where the mouse is clicked up right there, you can see above the word 10-year forecast on it. So if you drop that down and say you pick manufacturing, it would eliminate all that other information. You go hover over Montgomery County, it would give you the statistics for manufacturing for that county. And you can switch it to workforce region, and it can tell you for Central Alabama Works, or for South Alabama Works, or for Region 1, North Alabama. It gives you all the information related to the 10-year forecast, short and long term, where the jobs are, and this is powerful for us in a lot of ways. And our directors would use it, and our teachers can use it, but it also allows us to have really good, honest conversations with our industry partners, with our economic developers, with our chambers of commerce about what the labor data is really saying about what is really going on in their region or in their county, and why we feel career tech programs, how they should align to best fit these individual needs. So ultimately, we want our students to be graduating out of programs where there's going to be opportunity. And so,
would parents have some?
yes,
It'll
be public.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
And so we plan to have the links to you guys so you can get in it some and play in it and see what all you can see. But this next one here, this is even more information, and I know it looks like a lot, and it is a lot, but you can even get down to the individual occupations in individual clusters. So
that's great.
Where we get into some like specifics related to K-12, this is how the map looks when you look at it by workforce region. But we can take this and see where our programs are, and it will break it down to another slide will show you even how many students are enrolled in the individual program. So if we wanted to see what career tech programs are in Calhoun County, this will allow us to be able to pull that up. You can pull it up the Calhoun Chamber of Commerce can pull it, you know, on and on, so it's not it's out there available for everyone. This is our credentialing piece that goes along with it that will show what credentials are being earned by, and again, it's by region or by county and school system. So if we want to see how many certified patient care technicians that we've had in Elmore County, we can pull that up by year. So again, these are just screenshots, they're not live, but as you hover your mouse over the regions, it would show, and then if you switch to county view, it would show you each individual county. This is also another credential related piece here, and you can see this actually shows the credentials, but you again, it's all about, you know, hovering over the region of the county, and this is done by cluster. So, again, this is something that we're really excited about. It allows for easy access for a variety of stakeholders. One thing, you know, about Career Tech is we're engaged with so many different types of stakeholders, different government agencies, non-government agencies, different organizations, manufacturing organizations, automobile manufacturing associations, all these different groups. And they're all interested in improving their workforce. So these kinds of tools will help us better communicate with them and see where, you know, predict where we need to be ready to fill gaps. So, career coaches, this is just counseling career coaches information, kind of switching gears. We added 14 new career coaches due to increased funding from the state legislature. And so the focus was on, we're trying to eliminate sharing. 14 new ones didn't give us enough to eliminate all sharing, but we focused on places where maybe we had one career coach trying to serve 3 systems, and it was a stretch. So we tried to eliminate one of those systems and give them their own, and now maybe the career coach is looking at 2 small systems that's more manageable, and then the larger system has their own. So we, you know, ideally we want a career coach in every school system. The natural next step from there would be we want a career coach in every school. And that's all great, and that's what we're shooting for. These positions are incredibly important. They do so much to provide a lot of flexibility and assistance and support across the schools for our students in a variety of ways. And where we have really good ones, it makes a huge difference in what students, because they don't just, you know, it says career coaches, but they help them with so many things. And it really helped counselors a lot to, you know, feel areas of need and help them, you know, get things done that need to be done. So we've had a lot of good conversations with different people from across the street, and there seems to be a lot of interest in continuing to increase the number of career coaches and provide the support that they need. We have the yearly counselor and career coach training coming up, I believe, in early November. And so excited to get that going. So another initiative, switching gears again, one of my priorities is we've got to get our CTE concepts and structure down into the middle grades. That's the critical piece. Perkins 5 mandates that we go as low as 5th grade with Career Tech. And so, so that's what we've set out to do. We've got a couple of 2 or 3 really good initiatives going on that I want to show you here. Learning Blade is a company that we work with. We have a statewide contract with them. Initially was started in conjunction with Boeing. Is it Boeing, Dr. Mack?
Boeing.
Yes. Boeing. And as you can see, Learning Blade is a module-based STEM education system that every student in the state has access to. You can see that we had a 68% increase in usage of online lessons over last year. That may be partly due to the pandemic and the need for more virtual kinds of instruction. Well, what I really like about Learning Blade is it allows for even the teacher that may not be super comfortable with STEM concepts and teaching those concepts. Learning Blade really helps them and support them and helps communicate the material that needs to be communicated. You can see that there were 11 3D printers awarded to different schools. That has to do with the number of lessons that they completed within their individual schools. You can see the 10 most active schools. It's a pretty diverse set of schools there, and most of them are middle schools, as you'll see. And so that's exciting to us because you know, we feel that STEM is CTE, and that STEM helps us kind of is the vehicle to get students to understand all the different clusters and how they can, you know, can work for them. But we really like this program. We've renewed and going to be moving forward with them. It's going really well. Another big initiative that we've got going that we just rolled out is our middle grades innovation and expansion grants. This is coming from the significant increase in the CTI budget from last year that we got from the state legislature. So it's a competitive award. We're going to give 6 grants per workforce region to schools with middle grades. And we use that term middle grades because we don't want to say middle schools and a K-12 think, well, I'm not a middle school, so I'm not able. So we say middle grades.
Right.
And that's roughly 5 through 8. But that's our target audience. So 6 grants per region. So that's 42 grants statewide. And that's roughly 10% of the schools in the state that have middle grades. So we're pretty proud of how many students this could reach. So there are essentially 2 types within the 6. 4 of the grants that will go out will be for $25,000. And then the other 2 would be $200,000. And those would be, basically full-blown CTE programs going into the school. But we're looking for, STEM, CTE career exploration, kind of merging those 2 together, using a STEM-centric approach to have a CTE exploration model that allows students to really begin to understand what workforce opportunities are going to be available in their region as well across the state. Or maybe they plan to leave. Naturally, we want to encourage them to stay in the state and work here. But the big thing is at this age, we really have to do a really good job of helping students understand how the education that they're receiving, even as low as 5th grade, is preparing them and connecting them down the line to a career. I believe that we've kind of missed the boat in some ways in career tech by not doing more things in middle schools and middle grades, because we wait till students are in high school and we kind of missed the boat. And we need to catch them earlier and get them plugged into what the benefits are of career tech and get them to understand that it's for all students. As a former high school principal, the best way to build a strong high school program, I don't care if it's fine arts or it's athletics or robotics or drama, whatever it is, if you want to build a strong high school program, you got to start early. You have to have a middle school program as a foundation. So we want to take the same approach here to our CTE. What we're doing with CTE and get down into the middle grades, lay a good strong foundation. We know that parents are more engaged in their students' education at an earlier age. And so if we can connect with those students and their parents at an early, because parents' only perspective about what career tech is what their experiences were. And we just looked at some of the courses that we have. It's not what it was 20, 30 years ago. So in order for us to get over that hump with parents, we got to get it in front of them. And the best way to do that is engage with students at an earlier age. So we're excited about this. We got a lot of interest. Naturally, we're expecting there to be alignment with the regional workforce data. We're expecting that the schools with middle grades that get these grants, that they align with their high school CTE program to the best of their ability, and that they're able to show sustainability and keep this going. And so hopefully this will be something we can repeat the following year and get another 40 plus schools involved. And so as we can gradually build up our presence in our middle schools. The grants are due middle of September. I want to say 15th, but I may need to, that's not an official for sure date.
Has the information already gone out to the districts?
Yes.
Already gone out?
Yes, they have the information. We have a recorded informational session that's available. All the career tech directors have been notified. The memo, I think the memo has gone out, and so yes, it's been put out. But I can send out the link to all of you to the informational session that has. We're doing some technical assistance hours as well, I think next week related to this. So.
That'd be helpful.
Yes.
So are your career coaches, your 119 career coaches, because I know at the beginning of the school year, there's so much going on. If somebody isn't sort of riding, on staying on top of the grants, it might pass some of our schools by because they're just limited in staff.
are the career coaches assisting with these grants
They
or,
probably will be in some systems.
okay,
Yeah.
or pushing them? And then a follow-up question, you made the statement that Learning Blade is available to, access is available to every student, which is awesome. But are the systems taking advantage of it? I mean, we can put great things out, but if they aren't taking advantage of it, we haven't really done
Yes.
any good,
Well, that's
so.
where we saw the really large increase,
Mhm.
and I think it's all there. Over 250,000 STEM lessons were done online
Right,
across the state. So they sent us a usage report.
okay.
Dr. Mackey probably got a copy of this as well, and we got a digital version. We could forward that out to you guys to
Would
see.
y'all like to see it? I would love to see it.
And if
Just,
you don't know anything about the program, it's a really good program. I think you would really like to know more about it.
Please share that
Okay.
with us, yes.
I really
Okay.
like what you're saying. I taught 7th and 8th grade for 9 years, and I taught a career unit.
Mhm.
And it is so challenging to get kids that age real about what they want to do. And you know, at the end of 8th grade, they have to decide what diploma they're gonna get. So you can't wait until they get over to 9th grade. And they're just kids. And they'll choose something like, I'm gonna be a pro basketball player, and I'd say, son, you're 5'2". I mean, let's rethink it. You know, let's rethink it. So it sounds like what you're trying to do is get them there in that middle school age. They have no clue about what they wanna do or what courses they have to take to get it and what jobs are available. But this information is just so important to get them on a realistic track.
And we really want it to be about exploration. So even if they don't know, a lot of them still won't know what they want to do. But if we can help them figure out two things, what they like and what they're good at, then maybe at some point that those two lines intersect and we say, okay, well, here's a cluster of careers that, you know, you show interest and aptitude in, and maybe we should explore as we get into high school. So that's the kind of things that we're hoping to be able to do.
Well, and Dr. Hull, this is to follow up with that Learning Blade question. I'd never heard of Learning Blade, and so one of my schools up in Decatur embraced it, and so I asked if I could come just watch, just sit in a session. Could we, for those schools that maybe are interested in it, but haven't tried it yet, could we set up like a contact at one of those schools that has used it successfully so that they could answer, you know, any sort of questions? Or it may be that we already have like a frequently asked questions on our website.
I'm not sure about
That's
that.
there, you know, but just some way, because I didn't have a clue what it was. They tried to explain it to me and I'm like, I don't get it. You know, I've got to go see and hear and watch what the students are doing. And they were one of the ones that got that 3D printer, and they were very happy about that too. But it was very engaging. I was very impressed with what they were doing.
Well, we have a Alabama manager for Learning Blade that will come and do training for any individual school or system. And, you know, we'll schedule that to do, so that's an option too. But we certainly can, I'm sure local systems that, you know, we know it's going really well. We can identify those systems where it's going really well, and if we have systems that are interested and they would like to, just like what you said, just go see it. We could probably help arrange that.
I mean, sometimes I think it's better to experience it, just like we tell our students, right? If you're actively learning, it sticks a lot better than just reading, you know, some stats.
I suspect there are some small systems that really think they can't take it on, or, you know, we're already stretched in a lot of ways, and so, and a lot of times those are the ones that need these opportunities the most.
Well, you know, we'll continue to push it and help facilitate. It's really user friendly, and access is easy. It's like I said, it really takes a lot of the headache out on the system to try to have someone that can handle all of that. It really delivers the material in a very good way. So, still on the same topic of elementary and middle grades, presence for CTE. when I came on board, we started working on K-12 framework. We're calling it the Alabama Career Development Model, with Kathy Langford and Laura Bailey been leading this work, and Sean's been involved as well. And so what we're looking to do, we're finalizing a document that we will hope to have from Ms. Martin and Dr. Mackey pretty soon to get their input on, and then on a draft. And then hopefully here pretty soon, we will have a document we can put in your hands that you'll be very proud of. But the point here is provide all students enrolled in grades K-12 with knowledge, skills, and ability to be engaged, employable citizens. So the model, it aligns with the strategic plan. It also aligns with and supports the comprehensive guidance plan, as well as Alabama's WIOA Perkins combined plan. And we had information from the Alabama Workforce Councils as well. But we used the 16 career clusters as a foundation for exploration, and it is banded, a K-5 band, a 6-8 band, and a 9-12 band. And so there are certain expectations or tasks or ways to promote awareness, exploration, and preparation in each one of the bands. Once you actually get the document, you'll I think really like what you see. What we're trying to do here is help young students and their parents understand the connection of education to a career at some point. It may mean that the day after they graduate high school, they go to that career day one. It may mean that they go to a 2-year college and then go to a career. It may mean 4-year college and a career. It may mean postgraduate work and then a career. But at some point, we want them to be engaged in a career and understand that they're not, we're at school to learn, and the purpose of the learning is to eventually do something. So by getting down into the lower grades and helping make those connections, hopefully we can find those students that sometimes don't see the purpose in school, and we can help them make those connections a little bit better. And I also think that it's important, and this will help us with our educators in the lower grades, because sometimes they don't know, they don't understand the intricacies of workforce development and how all of it ties together, because their personal experiences never really had them in that world. And so this will help us help them better promote CTE and the opportunities. I can tell you, like my days as a local director, whenever we would bring an elementary school or middle school over to tour our technical center, it always finished with the same comments. All the teachers would say, "I had no idea y'all had this stuff over here." And there's, they work like 10 miles from our school, but because they've never been shown, they just didn't know. So this will help us communicate those concepts to all stakeholders and better promote CTE.
Dr. Hall?
Yes.
I noticed that there's a new program for dual enrollment and more funding for dual enrollment.
Yes.
Have you looked at how that's going to integrate with your program? Because
yes.
In my area, I think it's going to have a significant effect on both the career tech and the college-bound students.
Right.
And
you're talking about the STEM specific?
Well, yes.
This $3 million increase, and it's dedicated to STEM dual enrollment.
That's going to be controlled by the junior college,
right?
Not us.
Right.
The funding, I don't know where we intended it to be initially, but I think Dr. Baker is going to be in charge of that program. And we haven't. I was going to ask that in our question for them. How's that going to be fleshed out? Because I assume that it will affect.
Yeah.
Well, I live in the Huntsville area, and a number of community colleges have an impact there. So how do you see that impacting or affecting your 10th, 11th, and 12th graders who will, in fact, go to a community college to get training that may actually duplicate what they could get in high school, but they choose to get college credit for it? How do you see that?
Actually, I was in a meeting yesterday with the 2-year college people here in the building. They came over and we talked about, this is one of the things that we talked about. Ultimately, it's dual enrollment means they're getting credit in both sides. And so we have STEM programming in CTE. So the students will still get high school credit. And in many cases,
but they will take the courses at the Career Tech Center.
They can do both.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But, my son graduated a few years ago, and because of dual enrollment, he graduated from high school with 39 semester hours of college credit, which is a lot cheaper for us.
Exactly.
Than and we were able to use other funds, which now my grandson would hopefully be able to use
Right.
those funds from the junior college system. How is that, since you've already met with them?
Yes.
And I was gonna ask Dr. Mackey to tell us how that's gonna be operationalized. How do you see it operationalizing?
Right.
Or what are they saying? Or is
So-
anybody saying anything?
So we still have the CTE dual enrollment that we've had. That's.
Right, I understand, but I'm talking about.
This $3 million additional dollars for the STEM focus will interact with the CTE students just the same. And it's just providing more scholarship opportunities for students to take the courses for free at the 2-year system level.
How are they gonna
Get the high
proceed?
school-
What is the process have they defined how they're gonna process that through? Because that's gonna affect our public schools, our public advanced AP, or no, the whole program is gonna be affected dramatically if people can look at the savings that they can have
Right.
and the
Yeah.
credit level, because it's one thing to, as an old career tech person, if you have a choice of having junior college credit or high school credit or both, one would be prudent to get an advanced credit at the same time you've got a high school credit for no cost.
Right. Yeah. So the mechanisms that are already in place for how students would apply and enroll in that program will probably be the same ones that we already have.
But they're gonna fund it now.
Yes.
I mean-
That $3 million is dedicated to specifically STEM.
I understand, which is a lot of people. I mean, you saw how many got people in my area got
Right.
recognized today. That's gonna be a lot of people.
But they're,
They want that
Three-
money.
right. But the $3 million is the $3 million. So I'm assuming that will place a
Will
cap
that come out
on
of the junior college budget? Will they be,
That's in there, that increase was it was
will
placed.
they come out of their tuition?
Yes.
It'll pay
It's
tuition at the
funded,
junior college level.
similar, I don't know, Mr. Craig, I don't want to speak out of turn on something financial.
I just want more information about it, because I know it's coming. And
So there's money in there for dual enrollment students to cover the cost of their attendance and enrollment in the courses. They put a $3 million increase in there specifically for STEM-related courses. So it's the same processes and mechanisms are in place. It's just now there's a $3 million piece that was added that's focused specifically for STEM.
How many students do you think that'll fund?
I don't know.
I don't either, that's fine.
That's a good question. I'll have
I
follow-up
want to
meetings
know
with them.
because in my area, and you know where I live, I mean, saying it's not rocket science is not a joke where I live.
Right, yeah. Now, that's
It's not-
a good question.
You don't say it's not rocket science because the person next to you, including my daughter, are rocket scientists.
Yeah.
And STEM is not an innovative idea where I live, it's an expectation. And my granddaughter was a HOSA student, but she's genetics and medical and pre-med. And she didn't go to college, she's at the University of Alabama, but she's still pursuing that degree. I know that everybody knows I say that, that doesn't mean anything negative. But you understand the concept, I mean, it's gonna get, it
It'll be
seems
competitive.
simple on the surface,
Yeah, it'd be
but
competitive.
it's in the application, it will affect our career tech program and our AP programs and our advanced student programs profoundly.
Well, from my perspective, as far as the career tech goes, they're getting dual enrollment credit. That means they're getting credit in high school career tech and then the 2-year system.
They're not going to attend this programs that may be STEM related in the high school. They're not going to go to a tech center. They're going to go. They may choose to go. In my case, they'll go to Calhoun versus Limestone Tech, or in the Huntsville system, they'll go to and Drake and other places.
In some systems, we have the community college will send the teacher to the high school technical center, and the course is offered there.
Right, I understand that.
As far as
they use our facility,
but they would still be enrolled in the 9 through 12 CTE program, whether it's at the community college or at the local high school center.
But we won't pay staff. If they furnish the staff,
That's correct.
It has an impact on us. Whether
That's
yes,
correct.
you get dual credit.
Yeah.
But then the local school system won't be paying that staff, but they'll get credit for not paying for it, and the student will be able to get college credit, which, so in my case, not to use a personal example, but when my son graduated from high school at 16, he went to the University of Alabama as a junior, which eliminated a lot of stuff, and I see that with the enhanced opportunities, that occurring much, much more frequently as we educate our parents to take that option.
Yes, and as we talked about yesterday in the meeting that I
I
was
wasn't
in,
there, so I don't know.
we want to explore ways to, as students are entering and leaving middle school, that there are clearly defined pathways that would involve dual enrollment to help. There are places where students are graduating with their high school diploma and their associate's degree in the same week.
Absolutely.
Or short certificate. So we want to capitalize on that opportunity and build clearly structured out pathways, and students are aware and parents know that they can do exactly what you're talking about, and take advantage of these free opportunities to get these college credits while they're still in high school, and still get the high
It's
school
free to the
credits at the same
student, but
time.
not free to the state of Alabama.
Yes.
Somebody has to pay for it.
Yes, that's right.
Dr. Hall, I've got a question too, and it's sort of related to Dr. Reynolds, but a little bit different angle. Some of my CTE directors have said they've had a very, very difficult time finding instructors and keeping instructors.
Yes.
And so a suggestion, and perhaps, if the board wishes, we could put it in our budget request. And of course, I would want to get feedback, make sure that it is a good idea, is that, for example, I had one that a week before school started was still looking for a welding instructor. Welding is a high demand, high income field, and many students want to go in. They've signed up for these classes, they don't have an instructor. And his suggestion was, can we not pay these welders, or whatever field, I'm just using welders, for their years of experience? Like, start them, if they've got 20 years of full-time, high-level welding experience, start them on the salary grid at 20 years. Because he said, I can't keep them.
Yeah.
First of all, I can't get them, because they could make a whole lot more in the field than they can teaching. But I've got these students who are interested and nobody to teach them. And so, as y'all know, I'm an economist, and economists would tell you in a market system, if there's a shortage, what do? You raise the price, and here it's the price of labor, the wage rate.
You go to work.
So is that something we could explore? Because I think something that sort of marries what you were saying, Dr. Reynolds, some of these STEM fields that these scholarships are for, we can't find instructors in the CTE centers to provide those classes. And so the community colleges have those instructors, and that's why it's a good partnership, because those students then have access to those classes for which they did not before. And so I guess it worries me, we hear about teacher shortages all over the place, but in our career tech centers, it seems to be pretty dire in certain fields. I'm not saying that every center and every area has a shortage, but perhaps that might be something to explore. I don't know if y'all have ever considered that before.
There are systems that do that now in the state, local, that they make
But
that
they use
decision.
local funds.
Right. So my point is, there is a model that some local systems are using, where maybe they're giving half credit up to 10 years kind of thing. So like if you've been a plumber for 25 years, they'll give you 10 years experience on the teacher scale, and it bumps that salary up significantly, and they're able to maybe hire somebody. So there are places that do things like that maybe we could look at some of the stuff they're doing and compare and look at, and maybe there's some states that do some things like that. But I'm certainly up for the discussion. And I guess something like that would have to come out of the state legislature.
Well, we could request it in our budget request, and then it goes to the governor. We know she's very supportive of workforce development, and then you know, it goes
It's
to the
not a-
legislature, but.
It's not a concept that's unheard of, for sure, and I do know some local systems that are able to do some of that, with local funds, so,
Well, I have one school system that is able to fund 42 extra teacher units with local dollars.
Right.
I have another one that is zero.
Right.
So I worry about those zero. You know, and you know, I want all our children to have those opportunities, whether they live in the 0 or the 42. And so that's why if we could get it into policy and into the budget, it would be stronger.
Point. So that would actually, and it's career tech, I know it's what we're talking about now, but that comes up with a lot of things. We had one this week, has 20-something years experience teaching in a private school, and they're coming to the public system, and they cannot count that private school experience. So that's the foundation program law. We cannot do that. So we can't change that by budget or policy. It would take rewriting that section of the foundation program law for us to be able to grant them, say, those years in private practice where they can start. And I'm not trying to cut off y'all's conversation, but I just want you to write, it's not something we can just do through the budget. We'd have to actually go back into the foundation program law, not the legislature would, and rewrite that. And I think, you know, it would become a bigger discussion then, because we get asked about that. The biggest question we get asked is why people who have private school experience cannot count that experience when they come into the public school system. But it's just forbidden by law. So we can't use private experience. Now there are some exceptions. So there's military exceptions, military experience that can be used, and there's a special provision for maybe ag teachers to work in the summer, and they can get an extra grant so they can be paid for 12 months.
Yeah.
I think that's just for ag. So there are some provisions, but those are above and beyond their teacher salary. So,
I guess I'm just trying to find a solution.
Right.
And so I would love if you can think about it, your team, and come up with some proposals. You know, how do we attract and keep
that's the hardest part.
those high quality instructors? And because our students, so I mean, everything you're talking about, the awareness, the expert, I'm just, you know, love it. But if we don't have the teachers, you know, in the classroom to support their interest and their career dreams, then that pains me, because I don't want to set them up for failure.
I wonder, because at the local level, there are some districts that have wonderful public-private partnerships where they're able to share resources, private dollars, corporate dollars. I wonder if there might be some model in another state at the state level, at our level, to have some sort of industry partnership fund, foundation. You probably have much better terms than I do, but I know locally companies like, in my area, GE Aviation, Briggs and Stratton, you know, those companies are great partners to the local school districts in the county, all three of them, to try to assist. I just, you know, I'm just thinking as you're talking that maybe there's a solution there that's not legislative in nature that could be of assistance to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential scenarios and possibilities we could explore. We'll try to find some models maybe where something like that goes on.
And they can pay above. I don't want to interrupt you again. So they can pay above, but it comes back to they have to either use their Carl Perkins money or local money or OCE money, but so they can give a supplement. But I'm just saying we can't change the base salary. The way they enter the salary schedule is set in the law. But
the money that would come from us would have to be the
foundation program
then
money, yes. But then they can get additional on top of that. And one of the things Dr. Hulse pointed out, like we've been able, especially in career tech, more so than in many other areas, to get like the money to start these middle school programs and So, and some of that can be used, not that one in particular, but to hire extra people, or like the career coach model is a good example. It's above and beyond the foundation program. So those are very good questions and points. We get that because that's one more area we have shortages. I just was trying to say that the base salary we'd have to go back and change that. It's possible to do even that. So I think that I want to take him one more time since I interrupted, before he gets back into the good stuff. One of the real problems is offering programs in all areas of the state. And so that's one of my, points I'm always out talking about, and y'all know this, is we have counties. Coosa County always is the one that comes to mind for me, because I don't know how many programs they have now, but they did have 4 programs. They were not able to even keep their center alive, and so they closed their center and moved the programs they had back to the high school. But we have counties where they're able to offer. They've got a community college within a mile of the high school, and they've got these great centers, and they may literally offer 20-something or 30-something programs. And then in Coosa County, even if you say, well, we want to offer, they have 4 choices. And if you aren't interested in one of those 4 things, there is no other choice. And so, and I think we may have some systems that offer 3 choices. So, to me, that is truly an equal opportunity issue we got to keep struggling with, because, and we even get asked from time to time, well, what about if we required a CCR to graduate high school? Ultimately, I think that'd be great. So you got to pay CCR. But when I'm in one school district and I have 45 ways that I can be CCR, and I'm in another school district, and it's really either make a qualifying score on the ACT or take one of these 3 career tech programs, that's not, to me, it's not fair to say we're gonna put this requirement on you, but we cannot yet offer everybody the same opportunities. So, and I know y'all all know that, but I think that's the thing Dr. Hull and his staff and we all struggle with, is some communities just don't have as many opportunities as other communities. And there may be 2 students in one of those rural counties that really wants to be in a cyber tech program, but they don't have a cyber tech program. And that's why he's doing a great job. And his staff next door, they're doing a great job of trying to think within what are online opportunities, what are shared resource opportunities, what are other ways we can get those opportunities to everybody. But it is an issue, and y'all know that as well as I do. Y'all know that better than I do, because you talk to people in the field, and some places have partnerships with 4 or 5 colleges and junior colleges. Some don't have any close to them, so they're not able to offer.
So
sorry, sir.
It's fine.
Be
I
quiet.
know I actually had a conversation with the Coosa County Superintendent a couple of weeks ago, and they're going to reopen their center as an annex for their high school and add a couple more programs. So he's looking to expand the CTE offering. So,
Dr. Hull, while I brought your attention, I applaud the idea of moving career counseling into the lower grades, but there's also the inherent possibility of the old term we used to use called tracking and perception about what students can do based on what we perceived as norms. How are we avoiding that? Because that is a bias that I've seen as a superintendent, as a teacher, as a parent, and as a student, where the counselor's perception about what a child can do, they guide the child, counsel the child, or limit the child's opportunity. And I have a long-standing concern about that.
Yeah, our training associated with what we'll do with the career development model will emphasize avoiding that. And we want it to be, especially in the earlier grades, just a full exploration for all students to gain understanding and awareness about all different career options that are available, and put them in positions where they can kind of choose what they think they may be interested in. But I appreciate that concern, and that's something that we'll have to
I
harp on when we
graduated
go through
from
the
high school
training.
with 600 students, and when I was in the 9th grade, one counselor said, based on my looking at what your background is, you need to be a printer and not take Latin 2 and whatever. And I had another counselor who decided that I had other promises, and
Thank goodness you listened to them.
I had an option, yes. The other counselor eventually became a college president, so I liked him a lot better. And then the other one said, just don't worry about it, Wayne, just join the Army, which I did.
Well, that's a good point, and that's something that we'll make sure we emphasize in training.
One thing that I just want to mention, the way you all market career technical now is different than the old vocational training.
Right.
And you can make better salaries, so it's not even viewed the way it used to be viewed.
Yeah,
Very
that's an important
positive.
piece.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to speed through these last few slides. Computer science, you see the number of teachers that were trained this summer. We try to, promote and maintain as much ownership as possible with computer science. We feel that it's a strong part of career tech and in a variety of career pathway options throughout Alabama. So it's an important part of what we do. So our career readiness indicators, I've already talked about this, but just to let you know that we've moved the process from a paper and mailing in support letters and hard copies and all. We've moved from that process of an application to 100% online. And so the support letters that go along with the application, all that is uploaded, and it can't be submitted until everything is in place. And so our credential list for CRIs is pretty robust at this point, and we don't anticipate like a huge change in what we have. Naturally, updates will happen. So if we already have Credential A version 5 and it goes to version 6, it's kind of accepted that we will keep that. But we do reserve the right to review the list and potentially remove anything that we feel is not does not apply. But we are working closely with Nick and the ACCCP on alignment. And our plan here is for, they'll have the compendium of valuable credentials. All of our CRIs will be a part of that credential list. If one of our K-12 credentials does not qualify as a quote valuable credential, it will be a foundational credential called a success credential. So while it may not meet the qualifications of the quote valuable credential in the post-secondary workforce world, it still provides a lot of value for a high school student in that it puts them one step closer to what the adult level certification credential may be. So we've been working through that for the last year, and I think we've made good progress and we're headed in the right direction. So again, there are many more other organizations than this, but someone mentioned Alabama Office of Apprenticeship earlier. They're here, but the support and cooperation we get from you guys as a state board, the governor's office, and working with Nick has been great. We've got a lot of great kind of projects that we're working together on that are going really well. ALACTE and Ann Gilmore, we just had that conference 2 weeks ago. We had over 1,600 people participate, career tech educators participate in that. It was virtual again this year. It was a very positive conference. A lot of good things going on. Hopefully we will go back in person next year. But she does a great job, her and that board that they have at ALACTE, promoting career tech and supporting the teachers across the state. Of course, the work we do with Alabama Works and the regional workforce councils is critical to what we do. AIDT, which Alabama Office of Apprenticeship is a part of them. We partner with them frequently. Community college system, we've been talking about them. Numerous industry partners that we work with across the board. We get contacted all the time about help, industries wanting help finding workers. Can you help us find some workers? And so we've worked really hard and connected a variety of industries with high school systems or programs or systems with strong career tech to be able to create pipelines for students that want to go straight into the workforce and do really good jobs. And of course our students and teachers. I have one, I think, final video. We use this in the ALACTE. We make this every year. Some of you may have seen this before, but this was done at our summer student leadership program. This is where all the CTSO state officers come in. We make this video, but I think that this past year really emphasized for all of us, I think, the need, just how bad the kids need their teachers. And Career Tech is built, especially our CTSOs, is built on relationships. And the way that these teachers connect with these students and the relationships that are built last many times long past high school. And it just lays a great foundation for our kids, and they value what they get out of these CTSOs and out of their Career Tech programs. And for many of them, it's the best part of their high school experience, and it sets them on a path to success. So, one that Charles played for you, we showed this to the teachers at the conference.
A hero is selfless.
A hero gives back as much as possible.
A hero is a role model.
A hero deeply cares.
A hero stands up for what is right.
A hero is brave and courageous.
A hero inspires and motivates.
A hero overcomes difficult obstacles. A hero sets an example.
You are my hero.
You are my hero.
You are my hero. Iron Man said,
"Heroes are made by the path they choose,
not the powers they are graced with."
Thank you for choosing this path.
Thank you for choosing to shape future minds.
Thank you for choosing me.
I am in awe of your strength, resilience, and leadership.
In spite of all the challenges that this past year presented,
you are still here. You are still choosing to change lives. On behalf of Alabama DECA,
Alabama FBLA,
Alabama FCCLA,
Alabama FFA,
Alabama HOSA,
Alabama JAG,
Alabama JROTC,
Alabama TSA, thank you.
I know you do not always get the recognition you deserve,
but just know that you are my hero.
Is there a link to that?
Yes.
Is that, can I, the ad campaign? How do I go on that ad campaign? And say, for teachers.
We control that. We can
That's phenomenal. That's very well done.
I was just thinking, I need to watch it about once a day.
That's great.
I've got one more question.
Any more Career Tech questions?
Yes, it's a Career Tech question. Yes, I'm not moved on to the other yet. Some of the Career Tech centers that I've been in, I think were older buildings, and they've been repurposed, which I'm happy. I'm happy that they're being used effectively, but many of them need intensive renovation. The innovation will come, but renovation. Is there bond money that could be allocated specifically for Career Tech centers?
I haven't had a conversation on that specific topic since I've been here, but I had always heard that there had been some talks about that. We would just have to have that conversation.
G-Tech is, I was actually just formulating a question to shoot out, but G-Tech is the old armory, the National Guard armory, but they shared. So the National Guard has some office space in that building, and we get to use the armory piece, the big building, and then they retrofit and put in a computer lab. I mean, it is really well done. And so I've always wondered, isn't there an armory in every county in the state of Alabama? And if there is a national, and many of them are abandoned, they're just empty, they're not doing anything.
I know there are several places that are using armories now.
So could there possibly be some way, not in our budget, but in Office of Apprenticeship or in another budget somewhere where those facilities that are empty and not being used could possibly become career centers, especially in those counties where we don't have any access? So just throwing it out there.
So the legislature passed an act year before last to allow the conversion of armories that don't meet the building code into Career Tech centers. That was an issue. Most of them don't meet the building codes, they're so low. But if it's an armory, they can convert it into a CTE center without it meeting the building code. It's pretty controversial, but they did pass that, and they did do one in Clark County, I think. Now, they have to be, they can't be unsafe buildings, but they don't have to meet all the building code.
But what about the buildings that they want to stay where they are?
So they
just want, it would cost a lot of money to really make it look attractive.
A lot of the centers across the state were built in the 70s. Like the one I was in Elmore County, I think was built in 75. And so it's just, like I think what you're saying, they're just at a point where a lot of them just need some.
Yes, another coat of paint's not gonna do it. I mean, it's like they really do need some.
Yeah, from perception, when you try to market your technical center to students and parents, and it's an old dilapidated building, it just doesn't give off a great vibe. So I understand what you're saying. I don't know, Dr. Mackey, I don't know if we, what kind of bond issue opportunities might be available. That'd be just another conversation to have.
Well, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just sharing what I'm hearing and seeing.
So the $1 billion bond issue that was passed, $1.25 billion, 2 sessions ago, can be spent on career tech centers, but it can definitely, they qualify. That's the local board to decide how to spend their cash. We did have a standalone career tech bond issue probably 8 years ago now. But now compared to $1 billion, it was $50 million. So and it was for equipment. It was not for new buildings or upgrading. And I'm not saying it couldn't be spent on upgrading buildings. In some cases, I think there were some like ventilation systems that had to be upgraded, but it was designed to buy new equipment, not upgrade buildings. And they can spend extra $3 on new equipment, but not buildings. But as far as bond issue money, I mean, that's because you mentioned bond issue. So they can spend their bond issue money on career tech facilities, and some are, but they have, of course, a lot of other issues too. I don't know, the state typically does one of those PSCA issues every 10 years or so. I mean, we just did one less than 2 years ago, so I don't hear a lot of talk about doing another one.
Well, it wouldn't have to be a bond issue. It could be, I don't care where the money comes from, but it's just typically that's what you get for buildings and structures and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and bond issue money is the only pure new, capital improvement money we have. Now they can use, and you cannot use foundation program funds for it. We all know that. And they're tied up anyway and other things. But we can look at that. I mean, I'd love to have done a $2 billion issue. The legislature has to figure out what the payments are going to be back. I think the payments on that are about what, 60 to 90 million a year?
Seems like it.
That comes off the top of the ETF to pay back the bond issue for 20 years. So when you borrow $1 billion, you pay back about 90 million a year for 20 years. So I don't know if they'd borrow another $1 billion now, but when they did it, it was great because the rates were so low. It was the perfect time to do it. But anyway, I know what the other thing I was going to say. So all that money is allocated now. The governor allocated, or the PSCA, which is me, the finance director, and the governor, allocated the last money. There was very little left that was unspent just a few days ago. And a lot of it went to the new car battery technology center at the University of Alabama. Most of it went there. And the part did go to a regional center, not a career tech center, but it is kind of that Talladega County is doing with private-public partnership in Silicaca, at the old B.B. Comer mill. But it's by B.B. Comer High School. It's connected to Dr. Comer High School. But that money, because I'm just going back, because you'd said, is there any bond money? The short answer is no. There's not any bond money left. But it's not saying there couldn't be other funds, or that we couldn't do a career tech bond issue. I mean, I've asked that many times of legislators. It's hard to bond issues are hard to get started because the state's committing to future debt, and it's pretty conservative legislature when you talk about committing to future debt.
Maybe a good topic when we
But it is
the
a topic.
legislature and our work session.
Dr. Mackey, could we do maybe a survey of our
That's
career
great.
tech directors and find out the state of maintenance of the state of their
Yeah.
buildings? And because I think that the legislators did appreciate some
Yeah.
data,
Yeah.
and you take pictures.
It makes no sense to set a goal of putting 500,000 additional people into our workforce by 2025 and then not have a place for people to go to learn how to go to work. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense.
For the teachers to teach. Good point.
But and I hate to give you homework, but
I
I think that would be
I think it's great to
informative
give
for
them
all of us,
Yeah.
to know, because I may just be seeing a few,
No, you're not. In some places, there's nothing.
There's nothing.
Right,
Take
exactly.
pictures of nothing. Yeah, we can do an empty field.
A tree.
Need something.
Absolutely.
That's a good point.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Well, thank you. That was very.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you.
So proud of what you're doing, and JAG team and everybody, middle school.
We appreciate all your support.
Thank
So
you.
tell that crew, they can probably hear me if any of them
It's
left
louder
next
over
door.
there.
Tell them to walk over here and
So
at
we
least
can-
show their faces so
Yes,
we can give them a round of applause for the work they're doing.
This is
Most of his crew are next door.
That room.
Yeah, it was loud. I won't go.
I said, I would just have seen
I think that's a great idea, Dr. Carter. Get a list of things.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to, I've been.
There you go.
I know some of these folks were wanting to answer some of the questions too. They were over there.
Well, next time, run over here.
That's
Well, we're so enthusiastic about what you're doing and what you're trying to do, but we want to support you. And so, please let us help you. Thank you.
It's delayed over there, so.
Oh, that's why we're
Dr.
here.
was still sitting down, and then we saw him say, come over. It's a little delayed.
And it's loud over there. I told you, I walked in there and said, I need to be quiet as loud as it is, because Ms. McCarty was speaking that was resonating through the
Oh,
door. And
no.
she didn't, I came in here and she wasn't speaking nearly as loudly as she appeared over there, so.
Well, thank you very
Turn
much.
the volume.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all so
Appreciate your
much.
work.
This is not the whole crew, but this.
Oh, we know. But be sure to tell the ones that are missing.
I will.
Thank you.
They do an amazing job. We're so lucky to have them. So.
Thank you all.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Dr. Hall.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are there more board member questions before we go on? Dr. McCarty, you have a few more?
But if somebody wants to go first.
Okay, anyone else?
Nobody wants to go ahead.
And anyone else? Okay.
It's okay.
Is there no one else right now? Okay, Dr. McCarty. Okay.
Well, you'll be happy that some of the questions I have are going to be done in the retreat. So I will check them as that they'll be done there. Okay. I do have a question. I think there was another hacking event. What are we doing to help our schools cybersecurity wise
Hacking event.
in one of our schools this week? Ransomware.
Right.
Right, where they, so, and do you have enough support here in the department to help our schools that have been compromised?
Now, that may be something we'll have to answer next month. I don't know about anything this week, so I haven't seen that. We don't, so we don't necessarily get that information. So let me explain how. So we don't provide internet to the local schools.
No.
And so they have to report to us if they've got something. What we do is we cut off, if they are hacked, then we cut off their access to the State Department's system so that they can't, so it cannot infect us and then infect other districts. So we shut them off as soon as we know about it. But in most cases, we've also helped them get, we've helped them get in touch with FBI. We've helped them get a cyber company in to help them restore their data. So we do work with them and support them, but we don't have like a unit that's dedicated to that. It's just our IS team, which is not really designed to even support the schools. They're designed to support the department's IT needs, but they just go above and beyond and try to help make sure the districts get something, because until they get their data problem cleared up, we can't cut the tunnel back on so we can share data with them. Now, what we have been able to do as a state, all but 12 districts get their internet service through the Alabama Supercomputer Authority. The legislature has provided ASA with several $1 million over the last 2 or 3 sessions to help bolster training and better internet security for the districts. So they have better filtering systems. Still things can get through, and they're working on training. So like us here, we have to do training more than annually. It feels like monthly, but pretty often we have to do training.
It takes a month to complete.
It takes a month to complete. And if we don't pass the courses, I mean, it's ours, and our access to our own email gets shut down, mine included. So we have to do that. I think every 6 months we have to update it, and we have to continue to take courses. There was no requirement that local districts had to do that. Some districts do require that of their employees, but not all of them.
Do we encourage it?
Let me tag in here right
Yes.
now. There's one of the monies that Dr. Mackey was talking about that went to the Supercomputer Authority paid for that mechanism.
Right.
Now, this last legislative session, they put in a grant program to all LEAs. It's going to be administered kind of in partnership with us and ALET. ALET has a mechanism that includes, or a committee that includes some real experts in the field. One is a particular guy, I can't think of his name right now, at Troy University. He's a high level authority on these types of things. Anyway, one of the requirements for participating in this grant program that is designed to improve all systems mitigation of these types of things is that they participate in that training. So it's that grant application process is being designed now. So it will be about as close to a required mandate as Dr. Mackey wants to word it in his memo that he doesn't have on his desk yet, that we're going to prepare for him.
Okay. There you go, even more of an answer than you. That's it. But yeah, so the short answer is yes, we do work with them. The short answer to your second question is, do we have enough staff to do it? No, we definitely don't. Like if we were to really take that over, where we were managing making sure all the training was done in the district, we would have to have more staff to do that. That's not something the legislature has put on us, but there's just no way we could manage all of their, all the training and the internet security for them without. I mean, I think ALET did some modeling out, and it was in the tens of millions of dollars, and that would need to be done if the state took that on.
Well, just good systems and best practices, and maybe we could share those.
That's part of the model. There's going to be a pretty extensive survey of what the characteristics of everybody's network that they have as part of this grant process and data gathering process. But, the tech folks have told me time and time again that 90% of those things start with somebody clicking an email. So that training is critical. There's no magic box to put in the middle of it. There's plenty of that kind of stuff, but at the end, it's all those things together
And a lot of the systems that were hit last year were systems that don't have a lot of tech support, and it was hard. But probably our most high-tech system that has the most robust technology program also got hit last year because a virus still got through, somebody clicked on a bad email, and they, well, I'd rather not name them. So but they have all the resources out there, and they still got hit. Now, the difference was, because they do have such great resources and people and local talent that could help, they were immediately on it and able to, I think in the end they had no data, or almost no data they could not recover. But then we had other districts that had, one district had to completely rebuild everything because they just didn't have proper backup systems and all, which is what led to us working with ASA, and all these things are, so ASA Supercomputer Authority is a separate agency, but we're interactive because they provide internet to all the libraries and almost all the schools. And I sit on the executive committee for ALET by design in my role, so not for ALET, for ASA. So we do work with them and to get this funding. ALET is the Technology Directors Professional Association, Alabama Leaders of Education Technology. And it's a private association, but again, we're working with them too. Does that kind of answer?
It does. I feel, like, especially for the smaller schools that might not have as much expertise on staff, that they look to us as a resource and maybe not have all the answers, but to help them best practices and help them even to know where to turn if some problem were to arise.
So we are working with them. We do support them, and it's getting to be more and more of an issue.
Yes.
There's no question. It's stealing data is a big industry. So.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna totally shift gears here and ask you about mental health. That seemed to be a growing concern, at least in my district, and at younger and younger ages, it seems to be an issue. And it seems like, and Dr. McAtee, I may be wrong, but that there was, at some point, it seems like maybe Sean Stevens and some others presented to us, maybe, I don't see her, but like a three-pronged approach that we were going to. Do you remember that?
And not going to do. We're very much implementing. So Dr. Warfield right there is if you want an hour presentation, she'd probably do it now without her slides.
Well, you're right.
Where we are.
So, like, especially the elementary school angle.
We have 114 funded through the legislative grant this year, mental health service coordinators. And their position is to serve as a facilitator with the school-based community health centers, which we are short on, as far as staff that can come to the school. But their job is to provide prevention, Tier 1 and Tier 2, support with the counselors and the school social workers and community agencies. And then at Tier 3, provide the facilitation of the support from the centers across the way.
So we're moving along.
We are, and we are doing a lot. Selma City, for one, is doing a lot with self-care for the teachers as well. We've got a training coming up soon. We're doing with parents for the juvenile diversion program to give parents the empowerment to do also things like that at their home. So I think we're trying to cover our bases. We have the youth mental health first aid.
Well, there you go.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. So I'm going to interrupt the two of you. Y'all welcome to both come to the table. So let me tell you how it's housed here. It's in prevention and support services.
Okay.
So that's under Angela Martin to Terry Roller. It's in Mr. Roller's wheelhouse there, where we have mental health, prevention, and support services. They're together actually. I mean, one's under the other. But school health, so our nurses, comprehensive monitoring,
safety.
School improvement, school safety and security, all of that. Those district supports are housed together under Mr. Rowe. Then Dr. Warfield is, she's the mental health person and many other things. I can't name all. She's
I've been here the longest.
and then Dr. Marilyn Lewis is the person that heads prevention and support. And so Dr. Warfield works for her, but Nurse Ventures works for her. But that's where it's housed. And I'm just to help y'all think, mentally think about that. So Sean Stevens and Dr. Monica Mack that works for him, that's the school counseling section. So I just want you to realize it's not like they're siloed like, hey, our school counselor people should never talk to our mental health people. It's the exact opposite. It's across the board, work together, interwoven, but the mental health direct support comes through prevention and support. And they're both welcome to talk now, but I just was going to try to explain why they're the ones doing that explanation. But it is three-pronged, it's three-tiered. So there's tier 1, which is mental health first aid, and other things, but that's mostly what can a classroom teacher, a school counselor, what can our people do to support? Tier 2, for all kids, and some of those are going to be kids like Dr. Welfare, like some kids are going to need support this week because grandmother passed away and they've not had a long-term mental health issue and they're not going to have, but they need something now. And the teacher, school counselor, the tier 1 person might be able to handle that. Tier 2 comes in with these mental health coordinators that take it a level further. And then tier 3 is where they need therapy. And that's a real issue right now because there are not enough mental health therapists. And Dr. Warfield, I cut her off, but she was talking about that. They're simply, like there are more, our system is working as far as referring kids where we're having the biggest breakdown is when we identify the kids who need therapy, there's not a therapist who can see them as quickly as we need on a regular basis. And that's a, Department of Mental Health issue. They're working on that, but you talk about teacher pay, a typical mental health therapist, that's a master's level therapist, working for the state, starts out at $32,000, I think. So about $20 an hour. It's not a...
And the community centers are like 26, 27,000. So some of them actually left their center to come to the mental health service coordinator position only because we paid $5,000 or $6,000 more. Because our mental health service coordinators were only funded for $40,000. So there's still some discrepancy there. But we do have a tight partnership with the counselors, with the social worker, and the mental health therapists, in addition to the safety people and our community partners. And we're working in concert, if you will, with each other because, like Dr. Mackey mentioned, they all have different levels of needs. We have some early warning systems now that we haven't had in place in a while. BART for parents, we've got Panorama as well as Rhythm for the other children, and probably 80% of our LEAs are using their ESSA funds to do this particular tool, where they use an emoji on their telephone and they have Get in Rhythm and everybody checks and answers these 4 or 5 questions. The information comes to the contact at the local school level, and particularly when we were on virtual learning, shut down a little bit, it was a great way to stay in touch with our kids remotely, from a social emotional perspective.
And part of the plan too as well is to expand the mental health collaboratives, so we have about 80, about 80, right?
School-based mental health centers?
The collaborative, yes.
Yes. Okay.
So you figure 150 districts and about 80 partnerships with those regional or local collaboratives come in and provide services for kids at school, because obviously we want to keep them in school. So we're about halfway there with that, and then a lot of the reasons why we're having difficulty expanding it is that very reason. It's just difficult to keep them staffed.
But I know I'm not supposed to probably do this, but one aha was I was talking to the mental health partner, Gayla Cadell, who works just like this with Mr. Roller and myself and Dr. Lewis with her team. She said she met with some school-based mental health centers in the northwest part of the state, up near Florence area, at River Bend, I believe she called it, and said that the school-based mental health counselors we're having conversation with the mental health service coordinators, and so now they want to be part of the team when the information comes in from the early warning system to be more readily on top of it. And I'm just so excited because I say, great,
There's no project, you can jump in all you want, it's a good question. No project that has gone from zero, a concept, to legislation, to funding, to full implementation in 12 months with as few problems that I've ever worked with. It was just, and the part of that was we had strong support among y'all, we had strong support in the legislature, it's really strong support in the legislature for it. And then we had good funding. Do we have one or two this year we were not able to fund?
One.
That hurt her so, I know, because she said we had 114, then 115 applied systems, and the legislature only have money for 114. So now last year we had money for 107, and I think we only had like 99 to apply or something, 101. So we actually had some extra money last year, which we just gave to the ones that got it so they could buy resources. But this year, the went up, and so next year, we'll get to that budget discussion. We want to ask for, I think you want to ask for enough for every school district to get one next year.
We're short 1.4 million.
To have enough for everybody to have one.
If we stay at the 146 LEAs.
And some districts may not want one because they have built what they want already.
Okay. I will say this though, they're calling every day, and thanks to Dr. Mackey and Ms. Martin and Mr. Roller, we've allowed people who are not part of the grant who will participate in our training in September. So the LEAs have hired new people on using their own money and additional people within the district. So we're anticipating anywhere from 2 to, we're prepared for 300 in September.
So what you'll typically see is in districts that have their own setup or something that they already like, they'll send a student services coordinator or counseling coordinator, and they'll come in and they'll pick up the resources and the strategies and the techniques, take it back and filter it out to their schools because they have their own system in place already. So we share the resources even though they don't have the position in place.
We're trying to build capacity and not be territorial.
That's good. I think it's great.
It's
The not having enough therapists bothers me because if you
It
show
bothers
that
us.
a child has a need and then you can't find a therapist, during COVID sometimes we use teledoc. Could you do I know it's not as good as being face to face, but is that an option? Maybe Texas has plenty of therapists and we could teledoc with a therapist in Texas. Maybe that's absolutely a terrible idea.
No, it's a possibility.
I just hate to have a child that you know has been
Yes.
diagnosed with an issue and then not be able to meet the need of that child and address that issue.
So there is some conversation on that. So there's some HIPAA stuff that is now moving. And so telehealth is moving in this direction more. We just don't have an update on that.
Yeah. And part of that, of course, those referrals go to the Department of Mental Health, and I mean they've been great to work with.
Yes, they have.
They're great partners. But once they, so if a school district hires a therapist, they have to pay for that therapist and pay for all their services. The Department of Mental Health, we refer the students to them, and if the therapy is provided through that department, then they can charge insurance and or Medicaid. We, by law, cannot charge insurance and Medicaid. Education agency cannot, but the Department of Mental Health can. So the way the model works is we refer them to the mental health center. They employ the therapist who then provides the therapy. Now, parents can go to private therapists too, and that's another reason, but these mental health therapists can go private and make a lot more money. So many of them are doing that, but some of those don't take Medicaid. And some private insurances don't pay for mental health services. But when the model works perfectly, we refer to mental health. They actually provide a therapist on site who comes into our school, does school-based mental health therapy. they then charge, they can't charge administrative hours, my understanding, but they can charge all of their hours actually providing therapy to a student back to Medicaid in many cases, or if the student doesn't qualify for Medicaid, sometimes private insurance, which is how the Department of Mental Health largely funds the program. So the more they are able to see students, the more money they have coming back in to pay for the program. But it's, but they're just lacking on the number of therapists. Now they have, we'll have to get deeper into that because I know they've talked about some teletherapy stuff, but
It's
I
on the
think,
table.
yeah, and I know that a lot of them have concerns about it. But for that same reason, you know, you do teledoc because you can't go see the doctor, but really if you think you've got a really serious problem, you probably want to look a doctor in the eye who can, you know, listen to your heart and all that. And I know that I've talked to some of the folks at the Department of Mental Health, and that's their concern, that if we went to too much teletherapy, there might be children that really need to look a therapist in the eye because it's a deeper issue. But I'll tell you another thing that's really sad is that last year we had principals and superintendents asking if the mental health therapist could see their teachers.
Well, yeah.
And of course they cannot, they can only see students. But I mean, that just shows you how deep the problem was, is that some of the teachers wanted appointments with the therapist and they couldn't get them.
And even this coming year, because you know, there are gonna be a lot of children that come back who have not had the socialization. And they're gonna have to almost relearn again how to fold in to the population and within the structure. So it's gonna be challenging. We're ready though.
Thank y'all very much for that update.
It's a good question. And what we might do is plan in the next, sometime later, maybe after the September training, to get Dr. Warfield to come in here and do a full rundown. And if you wanted it, she can even bring a couple of those those mental health regional, the service coordinators. I mean, there's some top-notch ones that we brought in for a legislative hearing, and I'm sure there's a lot of top-notch ones, but to come in and they can answer questions from in the field, whatever it's like. So
We only lost 2 of the 101. We only really lost 2 through attrition. So that speaks highly to their commitment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, a lot of need out there.
Okay, thank you. All questions? Okay, great.
Yes.
Mr. Craig, we're ready. FY 22, operating budget.
We're on you for the fiscal year 22 operating budget.
3.
Um,
And the others are resolutions, won't take long.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And that,
I'm gonna move you.
2 things to pass out here, and
Did you bring the survey?
I did. Right.
Oh,
We've got this
you
one.
talk.
Yes,
Is there any way that we can put,
Right here.
are you gonna have the dyslexia resolution in September?
Okay,
Yeah.
You know, because October is the month and then they can come in and present. This is a reminder. Can you read my hand?
I certainly can.
But they would like to come in during that month, maybe do a
Do the
little.
October work
Because
session,
that's October.
because that'll be,
Their month, October is dyslexia month. But they wanna have it in September so that we can.
right, that's what it usually is.
And then we
I
can
don't know
vote
who
on
usually
it.
gets that together. I mean, Karen used to, so, yeah.
Can you?
Vote on in October.
Yeah, and they can come in.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for and this helps.
It just, somebody said dyslexia and that just kicked me in. It's hard to believe we're moving into September, October.
Bring on cool weather.
Well, give it out, not till November.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So item I'm going to cover is the FY 22 operating budget, which is fiscal year that's getting ready to start in a couple months. What you're looking at is a highly condensed, summarized version of
Number 3, and I have it 3.
It's a one-pager. It's what we consider our general operating component of the total budget, so to kind of contrast this. with the other report that we give to y'all quarterly, that's the 7 billion-ish kind of, that's the entire organization, all funds that flow through. This is the piece that we consider the kind of general operating component of the department. Kind of equate it to the budget you're used to seeing that I think you have a spreadsheet Dr. Mack's going to talk about in a little bit. This would be funded in part by the O&M line item on the in-state ETL budget. It's pretty boring in the sense that it's pretty much the same every year. It's mostly people. You can see at the top from last year's budget that we presented to you and you ultimately approved to the one that we are in the process of developing right now. Personnel costs are up primarily because of 2% pay raise granted for the upcoming school year, as well as various step raises, classification, promotional type things for the most part. We also, in connection with those rates increasing, we had to increase our budgeted amount for what we anticipate to be when folks separate from service leave department. If they built up leave, they're compensated for that up to a cap, so sick leave and vacation leave when they leave. That's part of that too. So you'll look down and see the number of employees associated with that. I would say that although it is going up that increase is primarily related to the things I previously discussed, the raise, those sorts of things, because there was a lot of mixing and matching. For example, we took off a position that was an elevated level and replaced it with two that are at lower levels under the circumstance. So it's those kinds of things. So once you get past the people, we've been fortunate enough from the benefit side to things that have been pretty flat. Health insurance, the employer's portion of health insurance, schools have benefited from that, by the way, too, for a number of years now. Ever since Dr. Mackey got on the PIP board, they seem to maintain the levelized costs. So after people, I guess the next biggest thing is rent. That's basically our building rent. We pay to rent the space here in the Gordon Persons that we occupy. It's about $2 million a year. The rest of that, the balance of that would be miscellaneous things. The next biggest item is kind of working down the list, is services. That's a lot of things. However, mostly it's contract employees, predominantly employed through our IT staff. They work on a combination of traditional employee staff and contract staff, and have for a number of years. Most of that is that, and then you throw in after that you have various fees that we charge each other. For example, the comptroller charges us fees for processing our transactions. State personnel charges that allocates fees to us. We pay audit fees when examiners come in and do our single audit every year. Those types of things. Those are really consistent with what they've been in the past. Supplies, materials, and operating, that's a hodgepodge of a lot of things as well too, mostly software, various software applications used throughout the organization. Insurance, association dues would be here as well. You can see it's pretty much flat. Let's see, travel, kind of working back up the top, sorry to jump around on you, but the in-state travel predominantly comes from our course of study work, where we bring folks to Montgomery to do the course of study work annually. I can tell you it's kind of in there now as kind of a placeholder, or kind of at a pooled level. We're going to kind of assign that as that work kind of comes into focus. It was way down this previous year. We would probably expect, I mean, if we had to say now, we'd probably say it's going to be stunted to a degree in the upcoming fiscal year too. So that's more of a guess at this point. We also, a lot of our school improvement folks do a lot of traveling throughout the state. Pupil transportation, we have mechanics and bus inspectors that can constantly travel the state doing that work too. So that's mainly where the travel comes in. We've got a limited amount of travel out of state budgeted too, and I can tell you that was almost nothing in this current fiscal year. And like I say, I would guess that at least we're going to start out the year with that being real limited as well. So kind of step back and look at the whole thing and where the increase is. It's primarily related to that $3 million in grants and benefits in FY22. That's a result of an earmark within the O&M line item that the legislature put in to help address some various things across the state that come up in the school system and allows the state superintendent to issue various grants as those needs come up. And that's really a new, and since it's housed in one of those funds that make up our general operating, we include it on this analysis. Second half of the page is basically a really highly summarized staffing profile. Kind of summarizes where the folks are paid from. It does not include our DDS employees. But it's basically the ALSD non-DDS employees. Just in general, the increase is almost in all cases related to either new initiatives or expanded initiatives that are a result of the federal monies that we're dealing with. I'll give you an example. We're going to be doing, and a lot of this stuff's still coming into focus, so it's really in the budget at this point from a kind of an anticipatory phase. But for example, the TIR, correct me if I get off base here, Dr. Maggie, but that's something that's going to be slated currently to be paid out of some of the state level ESSER money or state level COVID related money. Some of the additional positions are related to simply administering the money and the related compliance work and monitoring work. We're doing a fair amount of that through the employment of retired folks, retired state employees on a temporary basis. So in most all cases, that's where you're seeing the increase, at least in the budgeted positions. It's related to the federal money and either expanding an initiative or bringing a new one on. That's my story.
Yeah. And when we hired, we are hiring a lot of retired folks to come back and help manage the federal money. They, of course, they don't earn state, they're not merit system employees. So then when the money goes away in 3 years, they don't stay with us. We are having to do some new merit positions, so ones like an EL administrator. Y'all know that's something we've talked about for years, needing to expand EL services and get an EL administrator. And we got the legislature funded, the first year they funded the expanded services, but they didn't give us anybody to manage it. So now we've been able, with federal money, to get an EL administrator on board. So there's some of those things that will become more permanent down the road because we'll have to have an EL administrator once the federal money's gone too. But it's allowed us to take some initiatives that we've worked on and talked about for years and to put those in place finally. But then we'll have to manage those. So EL is one of those. Don't mean to pick on EL, but that, hopefully as that the services to the districts grow, which the legislature's been very supportive of, then we'll be able to charge out of those services back to pay for the administrative service eventually. But federal money is a blessing and a curse. The $3 million, I want to point out that so we really don't have any increase. In fact, you'll see a slightly decrease. That $3 million is passed through. That was new. As Mr. Craig said, that was a new line item this year for us to grant out. It's an amount of money that schools can apply for unmet needs, and it's limited in how much per school there is. We haven't quite figured that out. We'll take care of it, but when it came to us, it was an amount per senator. And then the House members got involved and they eventually said, well, we're just going to give you the money and let the state superintendent decide how to divide it up. So but it is limited. Each school district can only get so much money. And I'm bringing it up to you because I'm telling you that it's like, I forget what the limit is, but it's a limit.
$250, I think.
Yeah, $250 per school.
I think per system.
But if you do the math, if everybody got the 250, there's not enough money to cover it. So we're gonna have to figure, even though that's the cap, we may have a lower cap. That's the cap the legislature set. We may have to set a lower cap for everybody to get something. It's just a new line item that came in late in the budget process, so we're gonna have to just kind of work through it. But we don't want everybody to think that, oh, there's more money for me to go out there and claim. We'll have an application process for it soon. But it's for unmet capital needs, I think. Does it say it has to be capital?
It can be capital, which kind of is one thing that kind of differentiates it from some of the other traditional things that are somewhat granted in a discretionary fashion. So it can be capital. It can be a help with a special ed playground or something like that. I just use that as an example.
May I have pose a question?
Yes.
You said so much per legislature. Is this kind of the money where they run and give these checks and get follow-ups?
No, so that's community service grant money. And that goes through that money's been distributed already.
This is not more money for them to go out and take a picture op and say, we'll put a playground at Coward Elementary School and this part of the campus.
I don't know who's going to take pictures with it, but it is grant money.
You said, the reason I asked, you said so much per senator.
So it came in the budget in the Senate. Yes, sir. I'm sorry to cut you off. You're right. It was so much per senator, and it came in the budget in the Senate.
Involved. So
that's right.
Is it so much per senator and representative for them to go out and say, I'm going to give you a capital expenditure, a playground, or paint the wall or something?
Well, they've got changed. Yes, sir.
It's not that distribution.
Not that money.
It's not a distribution in that way. I know it's not that money, but it's not going to be distributed that way.
That's right. It will not be distributed that way.
So if we're going to get our picture made instead of that,
we'll try to make sure you show up for that. But that's where it
irritates the devil out of me to see them act like it's their money that they give people, that if it doesn't you're not. It's a personal thing with me to see my senator giving money to my local school and having his picture taken, and it's not his money.
They get community service grant money, and that money has been, those are, some of you might have noticed, when you eat lunch up there, where we were in the conference room, under the window, there are 4 notebooks that are each 4 inches thick. Those are community service grants that I have to review each one. And they're literally thousands and thousands of pages. That's the money that they grant like that. This is not that money. It's not an addition of money.
It comes out of the educational trust fund.
It does come out of the education trust funds, $3 million, and it goes. But that money is distributed through a different grant process. In other words, our department doesn't handle those grants. I have to review them, but we don't handle the grants. But this money will flow through us, and we'll handle the grants. I think it started from conversations that people call and say, "Look, I have a hole sprang in the roof in January, and I need money to fix it." And so, they'll call their state legislature, they'll call their board member too, and everybody's looking for money. Well, we don't just have money to fix holes in the roof, just lying around. But everybody's scrambling, well, where could there be some money? And so this was created, I think, initially, so there would be money to fix those kind of emergencies. But then it morphed quite a bit during the process. And so I don't know if I'm maybe getting too far in a rabbit hole. But as Mr. Gray said, that's
too. It's kind of the outside the norm monies. I think another good example, following along with the roof example, would be somebody that got hit with one of these ransomware attacks. All of a sudden, they got to hire consultants to come in and help them re-image all their machines. And they got to do all the things that it takes, and it certainly can be an unforeseen thing, expensive thing that they're not prepared for. That in my mind would be a good example of a good use of these funds.
But the decision making is within the department. I have one of the classic examples during the Bob James administration. They had these special grants for special needs. We were in Pike County, and the school Carol was teaching at Banks, which is totally disrupted. We got a little bit of money, $400,000 went to a special center because of the special needs in Mountain Brook. So I don't know how political this money is. I assume it will be.
Well, I mean, we'll have to have a grant process. And I just, back to, I should have not even maybe started, well, it's good to have discussed. My concern has been all along that the budget caps it at, and Mr. Craig said, he's probably right, like 250 per district. But whatever it is, that doesn't mean every district gets that much because there's not enough money in the total line item for everybody to get that. So I was concerned, I'll just speak for myself, very early on that everybody would be calling saying, I want my 250,000. Well, there's not enough for everybody to get 250,000. So we're going to work through that process, and we'll have a grant process and you know, hopefully everybody won't, because it's supposed to be kind of emergency money, and some places have emergencies early on, but you don't want to spend your emergency money and then have a real emergency later on. So but we'll have a process for it.
Andy, does this, like the numbers down here on the bottom half, does it include, and I think I talked with Ms. Martin earlier, gotten very high praise for our technology and motion specialist, but I also understand there's not enough for every region to have one, that there's not enough funding. It's like one region's always going to be short because there's not. So is technology and motion, math specialists, school improvement people, are they in these numbers?
School improvement would be, these are, well, part of them are in other miscellaneous and part of them are in federal, because the whole school improvement mechanism, the employees are basically funded out of part federal and part a state grant. So, but the other one you mentioned, for example, the money to do the technology in motion is in a federal piece, but they're not. Most of them aren't employees. I think we do that through a loan or through a grant with their employer, kind of like we do our reading specialists. So,
well, they were so helpful with implementing Power School and helping schools with that there was Brandy Caldwell, you know, she said, I can't serve my own schools and they're calling me to serve the other ones that don't. And so I would, you know, I guess it's an effort to try to say, you know, could we at least fund one for every region? And then math specialists, I know we've talked a lot about that, how important those are. Are they in the AMSTI numbers, or are they?
Again, the way again, and we're this is a work in progress. We're still talking about laying out those federal funds, but every program you mentioned is funded in part through the federal monies that are available through the state reserve of the COVID money. We're supplementing what we're spending elsewhere to complete the technology in motion deal. What was the other one you mentioned?
Math specialist.
Yeah, that's specifically under the current plans. Any personnel associated with that would be here under that federal line, and they'd be part of that 18, because we have slated that out in some of the state reserve money. And we kind of got it staggered because, you know, the ESSER 1 expires here, ESSER 2 here, and so it'll kind of draw from all three fund sources over the course of I guess through 2024. And then in the meantime, we'll work to, you know, if they're successful, we'll work to braid those into a permanent funding mechanism as appropriate along the way into the legislative process or the legislative budget process. So that's how that would generally be laid out if that's the way it started.
Well, and then school improvement. I mean, those are like, they are in such demand as well, because people really like to see somebody from the state come into their school, have a relationship, and then meet the specific needs of that school, which each one is unique. And so I know we increased the number last year, but there may still be
That's-
greater need,
That's part of that 169.3 to 177.3. That's
so that would be the
what
school
that line is
improvement.
saying is all the federally funded people are growing, and that's one of the pieces of that growth.
I think they have great impact on the, you know, I mean, everybody does, right? But they are ones that I hear a lot about, all positive. And that, of course, they just I was in Piedmont last Friday, and one was doing, Melissa Shields was doing some PD, and Adam Clemens, the principal of the year last year, said, "Can we pay you to come more?" And she said, "No, you can't pay." But he said, "Well, we want you more." And she said, "I'm sorry, I serve lots of schools, you know." So clearly there is intense demand for these high quality, impactful people. And I feel like at this point in time, they're fairly shorthanded. So, you know, yes, I appreciate that number's going up. You know, if there's a way to make it go up more and stay in our budget, that would be nice too.
How many did we add this year? Do you know, off the top of your head? I don't mean to, I know school improvement, we added several, and so that's, a lot of those
Yeah,
are.
I can get
We'll
you
do that.
a number. And again, the funding's been worked out, and I think a lot of the net adds, Dr. Boyd and I, before he left, sat down and he kind of rearranged things. You know, he traded in certain pay grades for others, and kind of to get more folks in the mix, I think, was one of the reasons why he wanted to do that. So we did that kind of in the middle of the year, and then kind of looking forward. I think the difference in what you're seeing, the beginning of last year and this year, is a lot of RSC type folks, retired folks that would be employed into the mix. There's some permanent positions in there as well that are currently vacant.
And some of it, I just wasn't sure if it was in this or if it was a line item, you know, somewhere else or something.
It's hard to see because, I mean, it's a one pager. It's highly condensed and consolidated and summarized.
But it's informative.
Thank you, that's always.
We love to do things like that. Okay,
All right.
all right. Thank you. Dr. Mackey, items, okay. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are resolutions.
So 5 is the teacher observation program. So this is the updated teacher observation tool that will really replaces, it becomes the basis of our teacher assessment evaluation system. It's not the full evaluation system because districts can add in other things, but we were required under not ESSER, but under the Elementary Secondary Education Act, or Every Child Succeeds, to develop a new system that met the federal criteria, and this does. And this is the one, we've talked some about it. Scott Cofield, the superintendent in Pelham, chaired this committee. He and Dr. Boyd and Dr. Langham worked closely together. They did a presentation about 2 work sessions ago on it. Dr. Langham and Dr. Boyd sat there and went through it.
Yeah.
So this is a resolution that would say, hey, we're moving away from our old system to this because there's a standing board resolution back to the James administration about the board has to have a current system in place. And so that system they described will start replacing the old current system. And this is just the formalization we need that says, hey, the old system's out, the new one's in. But it's the system that they went through with you a few weeks ago.
Okay.
But and if there are questions on it between now and then, if you'll give those to Ms. Martin, we'll, because you may be thinking, well, I had a question about that and it slipped me, but we'll answer questions going forward. Remember, they talked about the training would be starting this fall and then we're going forward. Dr. Angie Peltz in here in the department is leading that work now. So that's 5. 6 is Michelle. No, sorry. Yes, Michelle Wellman, who works in legal, and y'all don't know Michelle, and she's very quiet and sweet. She is great. She is our employee of the quarter, so she'll be here next month to be recognized as the employee of the quarter. the Workforce Development Month, that's just a resolution proclaiming that. Same for Cash for College Awards. But this recognizes certain schools that are the high achievers. So if you look at 8, I think Lamar County was the high achiever again. So you see recognitions there for Ramsey High School, Lovelace Magnet here, Sologent School, Lamar County, Spanish Fork, West Limestone, Genesis Innovation School is Connecticut County, and then another school. The person who gets the recognition for growth is Dr. Stephen Tarver at Ramsey High School. So we always recognize kind of the top growing schools, top achieving schools in that. And then the next one,
yes.
I'm flying through these a little faster now. So this is some changes in instructional services. Now, I may have to defer to Ms. Martin on this one. They've been working on this for quite some time, updating it. You may know Sean Stevens is out, has had a family issue. Y'all may not know that, but keep him in your prayers. His mother's had some real health concerns, and so he's been out. I don't know if he's here today, but he was out for more than a week in general, and so normally Sean's over this area, and he would be sitting here to kind of go through it, but I don't think he's back with us right now. So
Dr.
I don't know, do you have an update?
Yes, that particular one is more in line with Maggie and Chanthia. Basically what it's doing is the repeal and intent. We're actually repealing the old code because it has the Alabama High School graduation exam throughout it. And according to legal, if you're at a minimum of 50% of changes, you have to repeal it and do just an intent to adopt the other one. So really it's just bringing it up to code to what we're actually doing now.
Okay.
If you look through that, you would see that it has Alabama High School graduation exam. All of the requirements were still in our code, so it had never been updated. So basically what we're doing is bringing it to our current practices.
Okay. All right.
And again, that great work is being led by both Maggie and under Shanthia's leadership, and they have been working intensely to make certain that our code actually reflect the work that's going on in our districts.
Great, thank you.
I should have just deferred to her from the beginning.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad. Are you kidding? That's exactly what I want.
Exactly.
So, and it'll be announced in the intent. That's great.
Okay.
Okay. Specialized treatment centers, and then 11 follows it. Both of these have to do with specialized treatment centers.
Yes, sir. Mr. Roller is going to take care of that for us, Dr. Boyd. But just to help them reflect a little bit, Dr. Boyd did a deep presentation surrounding the STCs probably about 4 meetings ago, work sessions ago. And there was some feedback that came from there. So basically, we went back and we reconvened as a committee and looked at the changes that needed to be done to that work that had already been done. As a result, Mr. Roller is going to go over the added changes to that work, and then that will lead into the code changes that is being presented.
Okay. Roller.
Thank you, Mr. Roller.
You want me to go ahead? You got
Yes, sir. Okay.
So, Madam Chairman, very happy to be here to pick up where Dr. Boyd left off, and I too want to say thank you to Ms. Martin for stepping in and continuing to move us forward on all the plans that we had in place, doing a good job with that. As a team, we've all worked industriously, assiduously, and painstakingly to focus on our vulnerable populations at this time. You know, as schools starting back, we're finding that students and families and communities need us more now than they have, and a lot of times since we've been in the business like we're in the business. You guys have a copy of the administrative code in your packet. But then I also tossed in a little cheat sheet too, just to kind of show you some of the things to focus on. When you're looking at this, and you can take your time and go through and form your questions, and you can see where things are struck. But we just put a little cheat sheet in there to kind of show you that, you know, some of the first changes were definitions to what is an STC, looking at restructuring payments, it's a mixture of a formula, daily attendance, we'll do periodic snapshots and bed counts. Looking at the curriculum and assessment piece, making sure that STCs have a consistent format similar to what students receive as much as we can in the traditional learning environment, and equal access for students as well. There's special education students in STCs, there are regular ed students, there's students with mental health challenges, so there are different types of STCs, but we want to make sure that all students have equal access. Also, student transitions, an area of focus was students moving back and forth, and then being able to see them in our state SIS, our student information system, which is today PowerSchool, in the past, now. So in coding, we're mindful of the words that we use and the names that we use because companies change. And so, as you heard on the previous change, we want to make sure that we take things out that we no longer do, like grad exam, and you could say annual accountability testing, and you would have to change that. So we're being mindful as we move forward with what we put in terms of student information systems. And then from the accountability standpoint, STCs will have a component of monitoring that they will be subjected to as part of it. So on the next sheet, you'll see, and I'll go through quickly, some of the biggest changes that we have are how students are placed. So you have LEA placed students. You can see when those students are placed by LEAs, they remain enrolled in that LEA of origin. If you look at your little cheat sheet, you can kind of see that, but you can also thumb through and look at the actual code change itself, and again, I encourage you to do so. That LEA of origin is responsible for the diploma. That LEA of origin is responsible for FAPE, that's that free, appropriate public ed experience. You'll have opportunities where students will be placed by the state in STCs. Those students will be enrolled in the LEA where that STC is located. They're responsible for the diploma of that student, and that LEA of origin is responsible for FAPE. Where did that student move from? You have parent placed in a public STC, so you'll see that there are words like that. And remember, words mean things. So when you see public, right, public school student versus private school student versus public STC versus private STC. So pay close attention to those words because that determines what role that they will be in and what responsibilities go to them. So parent placed in a public STC enrolled in the LEA where that STC is located. The LEA where that STC is located is responsible for the diploma, and the LEA where that STC is located is responsible for implementing IDEA requirements. That's your federal special ed requirements. Public school students placed in a private STC. They're going to be enrolled where that LEA is located, must meet the LEA's graduation requirements, and the LEA where the STC is located is responsible for implementing special ed services. Private school students placed in a private STC must be enrolled at the STC within the student information system that we use. Remember, private schools, there's some language about how private schools operate and how they do things different from public schools. No financial obligation is placed back on the LEA of the home zone of origin. Okay, so as a parent putting in a private, but I'm going to make the old place pay for what's going on, so there's no obligation there. Not entitled to the Alabama High School diploma from that LEA, and the LEA where the STC is located is responsible for implementing IDEA. So you have the code in its long format. Dr. Reynolds, I know you'll go through and you'll make notes and you'll look at that. Dr. McCarty, I know you'll have a big list for me next time. But I also gave you the cheat sheet, so please use your cheat sheet as a guide. I'll make sure you get one. And then I'll look at the code in its entirety, and please feel free to ask any questions. Dr. Mackey, Madam Chairman, that concludes my presentation, but at this time I'm open for questions that you may have.
I only have one.
Yes.
Based on your cheat sheet. I'm going to keep it really simple.
Okay.
Okay, an STC is located in Lee County, Alabama. However, it is in a city that has a city district.
Okay.
So is the city district responsible for the diploma, or is it the county?
Okay.
Because that STC may take students from counties all over the state. So I'm just
I just wanna clarify that point, and if you don't have the answer today, that is fine.
And so I actually anticipated that because I know that some of these high dense populations, like for example, if you looked at an STC in the Jefferson County area, there are 12 school districts in Jefferson County, so which one do you pick? And so I felt like at that point we needed to go back and we need to assemble our team of folks that have been working with this a while and see what's been in place for that. Because is it a Birmingham City or is it a Jefferson County Schools issue at that point? So let us go back and look at that and get that detailed information specifically for those STCs.
Sure.
Okay.
Great question. Okay, very good. All right, Dr.
That's
Mackey,
it.
charter school nominee.
Thank you.
Thank you all, great job, thank you. Charter school nominee, okay?
Okay, charter school
We
nominees
appreciate
are coming in slowly. So these are, you did one today, those were nominated by Senator Reed. And the one coming to you this month is from Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth. And so, you know, we come to you for next month. Yeah, now they don't have to live in that district. They may
just
vote.
happen to both.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both from Gunnersville, I think, aren't they? But they are, so those will come next month. We generally, we're gonna, Ms. Searcy, Logan Searcy works really hard on that we used to bring those, so maybe you'll remember, like you would have, we'd vote on like 5 ballots in one meeting. But they now, you know, they kind of come into their recruiting people to take the nomination also. They're just kind of filtering in. I know we've had that discussion internally about how we might get them all in at one time, but I can't, you know, we just bring them to you as they come in, so.
My opinion, I like it better because we can study their,
If you look at them all together.
I like it
reach out and
better.
all that, yeah.
This is
I like it
better.
Oh, you like this better?
Yeah,
I do.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
It's not so overwhelming.
Exactly.
Good.
The lieutenant governor's children attend Gunnersville City Schools.
Yes, they do.
So I have 2 other things I'm
Yes.
gonna pass out to you. So the first one, again, is for next month. If you think about this, oh, thanks. This is the budget. I'm gonna let you all get one first. And then Mr. Roller, I'm gonna let you. Yeah, I'll get it to her. We'll mail it to her. Yes, sir. Now, these are 2 completely different items, so if you'll take the spreadsheet first. So what you have is the FY21 appropriation. So that's for the appropriation, this is the foundation program budget. So this is for the schools, money goes to the schools, just in. FY21 appropriation. Mr. Craig did a great job on this. He said, do you want to cut some of these columns off? But I thought it's great information for you to have. So you have the FY21 appropriation, and then next to that, how much money this time last year you asked for. So what you asked for the 22 appropriation. What the governor then actually put into her budget that she submitted to the legislature. What the Senate, the first body that acted on the budget, did with her budget. What the House did with the Senate budget. And then what actually, then you see the over and under for the ALSD request. So you see that for SDE operations, we actually, you know, what we actually got compared to what we originally asked for. And you say, you mean you got $2.4 million more than you asked for, but remember, we got a $3 million line item that was for a new item. So we really got less for actual operations. So than what we had asked for, but we got that. So sometimes it's tricky when you have to look at that and think about, well, where did this money go? But then I'm going to go right down to the one under it. So, you know, let's see, the next, if you look at what we requested, so for access, distance learning, so that's distance learning for our students in middle school and high school. We got exactly dollar for dollar in FY22 what we got in 21. And you know that access, I mean, distance learning has, the demand has gone through the roof.
Right.
We asked for a $3 million increase, or $4.7 million increase. Now, to be honest with you, you're not gonna see any reduction there because we're making up that 4.7 with federal money. So we're having to move away, that's a whole deep issue because we're having to move away from Florida Virtual School because they've changed to a private, it's no longer a public agency. The state of Florida has sold Florida Virtual School to a private company. And so, and they jacked the price way up, so we're having to do all kinds of stuff. Well, but just know the reason I bring it up is we're paying for it with federal money now, but when that money runs out, we will have to have money. So again, this is what I thought we would go at in the retreat, and next week maybe, if y'all want to have time to talk to me and or Mr. Craig and just say, hey, I want to ask about some of these before we get to the retreat, we would be glad to do that. But I don't want to we can stay and work on it now, but I know y'all are tired. This is for you to take and jog your memory.
Can you send an electronic?
I can send you an electronic copy, glad to do that.
Both documents.
Yes. The other one is, so if you remember last year this time, we were working on my evaluation, which will come up in a few months. But one of the things that we talked about was getting input from the SSA Board of Directors, the AASB Board of Directors, the class Board of Directors, those other groups. And the governor asked me, we'll go develop a survey that we can give to those folks. We did this actually last December. Dr. Boyd and I sat down and did this. We've just been sitting on it. She had asked me not to give it out during the pandemic, during the last school year. The pandemic's continuing, but so in talking with her in July, she said, hey, let's bring that back up and give it to the board members to see if there's anything they want to add to it, basically, before we give it to those outside stakeholders in September, or probably in September. Now, Dr. Richardson and I talked this week, and this would be something y'all need to decide. So this is not a part of the formal evaluation. This is just an information gathering document. So it doesn't require your approval, though if you would rather say we want to vote on it so it's clear that everybody supports the same document, we could put it on the September agenda, but it doesn't require that.
No.
So,
this is just for information.
That's right.
I think
Just
the
for
committee
information.
said that we wanted and got input from board members. So basically, if they wanted to add maybe something on here, that's
just
what
get
we're
it back
supposed
to
do.
me, because it'll be my responsibility to get this
back
out,
in.
get it back, get it, I'll add it up for you. Probably I'll work through them. So like Ryan, I've already talked to Ryan about it. I've talked to some of the others. We'll send it out to several groups. Legislative leadership, we work with the governor. We have a list, but it's basically from the pro tem of the Senate, Speaker of the House, down to the minority and majority leaders in each caucus, and then the chairs of the Budget and Finance Committee. So it's a list of 15 legislators. Now, y'all are free. You're going to talk to legislators in your area too. Other legislators, but for us, it's hard to do 140 of them. So we're going to do the leadership. And of course, some of them don't have a lot of interaction with the department. But if you'll just take it, and before, Dr. Richardson, I'm going to say, if you could give us, maybe by the time of the retreat or the end of the month, give us your feedback. So if we need to make some adjustments,
by the end of the month.
End of the month.
I think so.
So August 31st.
Yes.
I think
by
that
the
works.
31st.
Because you have to mail Stephanie's to her. And,
right.
Yeah.
So if you just get it back to me by the 31st, that would be good.
Madam Chairman, can I have a list of people that are going to be considered stakeholders that are going to get this document?
Yes, I'll get back with the committee.
We'll do it.
That's right.
Mr. Swan has something.
We've got the draft courses of study that you wanted handed out before everybody left, so I've got those in booklets for everybody before so don't leave yet.
Is it career tech?
Right.
It is career tech.
So you walk to your car with it.
Okay.
I thought, goodness, if it's social studies already, we have moved back.
No.
Yeah, that's mine. So the last thing, if we're close to the end, Ms. Martin just reminded me, but was on my list, but I'm not sure it would have gotten there. Great news, our state ESSER 3 plan, our ARP ESSER plan got approved. We got official letter. Yeah, it's her and Shantia Washington and their team. A lot of people, sitting around this room, Dr. Davis, Mr. Roller, Dr. Hall, I mean, and all their folks who work with them. I mean, it's a lot of work, but our state plan is now approved, and
So does that mean the letter stipends can go out soon?
Hold up on that.
Well, I know we were waiting on this, so it's like check box, you know.
Well, what we're actually doing with that, we're actually going back looking at all 3 of our ESSERs, making certain everything lines up. And we're really looking at the sustainability, making certain that by 24 we have enough funds to do what we need to do. We're aiming hard to make certain that October 1 is that start date so that it can line up with our national board information. But I want to say a special thanks to Mr. Craig and his team. And I think he wants to lock the door now when he sees us coming. We beat his door down. We have these great ideas, and it's left up to him and his team to come up with the budgeting codes and things to make it make sense for us. We have it in our heads what we want to do, and we just go with numbers, and he has to make it make sense. So thank you, definitely, you and your team for making that happen.
That's great.
Well, thank y'all. So
We appreciate
and
it.
you too,
Thank
Mr.
you
Craig.
so much.
And congratulations on that.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Okay. And we're almost there on ESSA amendment.
We're good.
Almost there.
So we just
maybe
need
next
to
month, maybe more positive news.
Good.
So we just need to get the course to study, and that's it. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you all so much.
I'll get you that list. We got a list. We got it.
I'm just.
I know.
But they are so excited about Well, I mean, yeah, they are
Actually, you already got
He gets to sit down. No, you're not.
They never have been able to talk. So what they do is that don't get it get to the same. Thank you.